Food loss and waste are pressing problems faced by the countries across the globe, and India is no exception. Food loss is also cause of the concern of India. On this important day, I want to highlight the urgent need to focus on food loss in India and how can we work together to address this critical
और
issue.
बढ़ाओ ना.
Food loss impacts food security and nutrition by influencing the four
आवाज बढ़ाओ.
aspects of food security, food availability, access, utilization, and stability.
बस.
In India, food loss is a recurring issue due to several causes stemming from different stages of the food supply chain and socioeconomic factors. To address these issues and to ensure food from the production to consumption. In collaboration with FAO, IASRI, ICAR has estimated the food loss index for India. These estimates are based on the three national level surveys.
खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योगों हेतु
Ministry of Food
एकल समाधानकर्ता केंद्र के रूप में
estimate the harvest and post-harvest losses of major crops and commodity in the countries. The support provided by the Ministry of Food Processing
I would request all of you to put your mobile phones on silent mode, please. We shall be starting the inauguration program in another 10 minutes. So I request everyone to be seated and mobiles on silent. Thank you. Okay, so the stage is set and we are going to have our guest arriving here at any moment. I once again request you all to put your mobiles on silent mode and everybody be seated. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Neetu Taneja and will be your MC for this event today. It's a bright and pleasant morning here at Kundli, and it is excellent to see so many and most importantly food enthusiasts here in the audience today. I'm truly honored and stand before you to extend you all a hearty and warm welcome and welcome our esteemed guests who graciously accepted our invitation to share their expertise and insights with us. I invite Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Srimati Anita Praveen Ma'am, Honorable Director, NIFTEM, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi Sir, Vice Chancellor, Sports University of Haryana, Dr. Sri S.S. Deswal, Chairperson, Industries and Indian Food and Beverage Association, Sri Deepak Jolly, and Dean Postgraduate Studies and Head of the Department Food Engineering, Sri Dr. Anupama Singh Ma'am, to join us here at the dais. Thank you to all the dignitaries on the dais. We gather here to mark a day of global significance, a day that reminds us of our shared responsibility to ensure that no one goes to bed hungry. It's the World Food Day, a day when we come together to raise awareness and act against the pressing issue of hunger and malnutrition that still plagues millions across the world. We gather not just to celebrate food, but to recognize the urgency of addressing food-related issues, including food scarcity, food waste, and sustainable agriculture. The theme for World Food Day 2023 is Water is Life, Water is Food, Leave No One Behind. And it calls for collective action to conserve water across all spheres of human activities, including the food industry. Indian Food and Beverage Association and National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, Kundli, join hands to organize a flagship program on this World Food Day with a vision of food for better tomorrow. The theme resonates deeply with the sustainability and ensuring food security. It is not just about producing more food, but doing so in a way that preserves our environment, supports local communities, and guarantees food for future generations. We shall have the privilege to hear from experts engaging in thought-provoking panel discussions and witnessing inspiring initiatives aimed at creating a more sustainable and food-secure world. But beyond all the discussions and deliberations, World Food Day is about action. We call upon everyone, individuals, institutions to make meaningful steps to end hunger, reduce food waste, and promote sustainable food and water conservation practices because together we can make a difference. Now, let's begin our journey to a food secure and sustainable future. But before we proceed, I would like to invite our distinguished dignitaries on the dais to step forward and light the lamp of wisdom. This ceremony holds deep cultural and symbolic significance as we will light a lamp to symbolize dispelling of darkness and illumination of knowledge, wisdom, and positivity. Also, I request the NIFTEM choir group to recite Saraswati Vandana parallelly.
जय जय हे भगवती सुर भारती तव चरणों प्रणमामहम्। जय जय हे भगवती सुर भारती तव चरणों प्रणमामहम्। नाद ब्रह्ममय जय वागीश्वरी नाद ब्रह्ममय जय वागीश्वरी शरणं ते गच्छामहम्। जय जय हे भगवती सुर भारती तव चरणों प्रणमामहम्। त्वमसि शरण्या त्रिभुवन धन्या सुरमुनिवन्दित चरणा। त्वमसि शरण्या त्रिभुवन धन्या सुरमुनिवन्दित चरणा। नवरस मधुरा कविता मुखरा नवरस मधुरा कविता मुखरा स्मित रुचि रुचिराभरणा। जय जय हे भगवती सुर भारती तव चरणों प्रणमामहम्। आसीना भव मानस हंसे कुंद तुहिन शशि धवले। आसीना भव मानस हंसे कुंद तुहिन शशि धवले। हर जनता कुरु बोधि विकासम हर जनता कुरु बोधि विकासम। स्थित पंकज तनु विमले। जय जय हे भगवती सुर भारती तव चरणों प्रणमामहम्। प्रणमामहम् 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 प्रणमामहम्।
Thank you. Now we take a moment and extend welcome to our honored guests on the dais. I have the honor and prime privilege to welcome our chief guest, Srimati Anita Praveen, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, and thank her for sparing her valuable time in inaugurating today's event. I request Honorable Director, NIFTEM, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, to present a planter, shawl, and memento as a symbol of our sincere gratitude. I think the applause should go on. Thank you, sir. We also have Shuddh Honey being presented from by sir to ma'am. That's one of our sponsors who has been kind enough to give it as a gift to our dignitaries. We welcome Shri S.S. Deswal, Vice Chancellor, Sports University of Haryana, Sonipat, to the inaugural function. I request Director Sir to present planter, shawl and memento as a token of our respect to him. Please give a loud round of applause, sir. We welcome Shri S. Deepak Jolly, Chairperson, Indian Food and Beverage Association, to the inaugural function. I request Director Sir to greet him with a planter, shawl and memento as a token of our respect from our side. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for being a part of this splendid gathering, and may the vibrance of these blossoms reflect in every interaction we share here today. Distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, I am truly privileged to invite Director NIFTEM, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, sir, to deliver a welcome address to the gathering.
Namaskar and a very good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate all of you on the occasion of World Food Day. It's a pleasure for me and for this institute to welcome the chief guest for the day, Madam Anita Praveen, our Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries. The moment I called up ma'am and then I said that, ma'am, we plan to organize a function on the occasion of WFD on 16th October. I would want you to be here. She said, I'll be there. Despite the fact that this ministry is organizing a very big event, the mega event called the World Food India Summit, which is going to be on 3rd to 5th November in Pragati Maidan, where we'll see participation from a lot of countries. Madam could spare her valuable time. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your valuable time and coming in here, and we welcome you to this institute and on this occasion. And this special welcome has a special thing attached to me because this is ma'am's maiden visit to NIFTEM since I have taken over as Director of the Institute on August 9th. So we'd like to see, I'm sure ma'am will be coming here quite often, and bless us all with her patronage, with the mentorship, guide us. Ma'am, you've always been a source of inspiration. And there were a couple, a few years back, there was only one scheme which was run by this ministry. Now I see so many schemes being run by the ministry, and the basic intent there is to reduce the post-harvest losses, improve the food processing in the country, and make food processing more lucrative, attract the youth, the farmers, the farmer producer organizations, the MSME startup into food processing. This area has really taken off very well, and Madam is one who is steering this movement forward. So it's, ma'am, welcome again to this institute and function. I'd also like to welcome Shri S.S. Deswal ji, Vice Chancellor, Sports University, Haryana. And he is a former bureaucrat, he is an IPS officer, 84 batch IPS officer, and now presently working as Vice Chancellor. He's got special love for food. He's a foodie, but then he loves organic food. He likes food which is without pesticides, without chemicals, without fertilizers. And he believes in millets, he believes in organic vegetables. So I was just telling him that why not to have a sports nutrition course in the Sports University of Haryana, wherein we can collaborate and see, because nutrition also plays a very important part. And Haryana, as all of you know, has been, it's a base for the sports. It has produced so many stalwarts and so many medals, about, I think 60 to 65% of medals which we win in any international national event is won by the sports person from the state of Haryana. So very warm welcome. You are always a next door neighbor, and so it's a pleasure to have you here with us. I'd like to welcome Deepak Jolly ji. In fact, he's the architect behind this whole function. About a couple of weeks back, he called me and said that, Dr. Oberoi, are you free? Can you come over for the WFI World Food Day celebrations we are organizing somewhere in Delhi? I said, why do you want to have it in Delhi when you have an institute of, national importance here in Kundli? He says, yaar, wo Sonipat mein hai. I said, Sonipat mein nahi hai, wo Delhi border mein hai. Because the moment you say it's in Sonipat, people start thinking, oh, we have to travel to another state. That's just the mindset. But believe me, it's in Delhi border. We're just about 3 kilometers from Delhi border. And it takes only about an hour to reach here if you're in Connaught Place. So, and I look forward to very strong association with the industry associations, IFBA or CII and IFPA, SOCHAM, so that, this will foster our relationship, and we look forward to working with you very, very closely. Welcome, Deepak ji, this meeting. I also welcome my colleague, Dr. Anupama Singh, to this function. And most important, I welcome our colleagues from the different food industries, different food industry associations. In fact, I've always been saying that any technology institute cannot work without a collaboration or strong synergy with any industry. So it's a pleasure to have all of you here, and I look forward to a very, very strong relationship with the industry association as well as the food processing industry. And those of you who would have gone on a tour would have seen that NIFTEM Kundli is like a one-stop solution provider for most of the food processing needs. We have 5 pilot plants. We have a state-of-art lab, which is the only lab among all the government R&D organizations, which is notified as a primary and referral lab by FSSAI. All other labs are only the referral labs. And then we have the Center for Food Fortification, we have incubation centers. And I'll just give you a small example wherein there was a company called, it's a Jharkhand-based company called Interlink Foods. They gave us some fund to develop technologies, and they wanted us to develop about 12 products. So while developing those 12 products, the faculty, the scientists from this institute developed another 8 products. So we transferred the technology for the 8 products also to this company. And now all those 20 products are being produced in a pilot plant of NIFTEM. So the company doesn't need to invest in the capital expenditure. They don't need to go out of NIFTEM. And we're helping them in branding. So that once they are sure that the products are selling, they'll take an exit route. So this is a kind of relationship that we look forward to work with the industry. We don't want to be only doing the shelf life analysis projects or doing the testing for the food products. We would like to get involved right from the inception stage, right from product development, new product development, shelf analysis studies, as well as co-branding and taking the products to the market. So I welcome the food processing industry executives, the people who are from the food industry, and I'm delighted to share with everyone here that among the food industry we have a sizable presence. We have executives from HUL, we have executives from Coca-Cola, we have from Bisleri, we have from KRBL, and many other big industry as well as MSMEs. So I welcome you all to this function. I welcome all the students and faculty from NIFTEM who are present there with us, and the students who have come from different universities and the institutes and the colleges in and around Sonipat. I would also like to welcome our friends from press who have joined us on this day. And if you look at, as my colleague Neetu was talking about, the theme for this particular World Food Day, it is water is life, water is food. So, and that is how we have aligned all our sessions. The first session is all about water. Of course, water serves as a deterrent when it comes to transporting fresh fruit, vegetables, or any commodity which has high moisture. But at the same time, that water which can be extracted in a particular way, it can serve as an antioxidant. So water use efficiency is one of the very important areas because the water is becoming very, very scarce commodity. So the first theme revolves around discussions on water. Second is about the emerging technologies which will help in improving the shelf life of the food and also making the more food available. Because if we reduce our post-harvest losses, and one way to reduce post-harvest losses is to increase the processing percentage across all food, all raw materials. Once we do that, we'll have more food available for an increasing population to consume. And the third session is, of course, how to make India, 1.5 trillion economy by 2047. In fact, the ministry has already prepared a white paper on that, and I'm glad that we have also included this particular theme in this session where we're going to have serious deliberations. Ma'am, I can assure you that the deliberations, the outcomes which are going to emerge out from these deliberations are going to be very, very helpful. They'll lead the path for some kind of development in the country, society, and we'd like to, after your approval, we'd like to share those recommendations with different ministries, departments, as well as industry, so that we set up a tone for a mega event, that is the World Food India event from 3rd to 5th November. So thank you very much, and I welcome one and all to this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your vision and leadership is an indispensable force in bringing about progressive changes at NIFTEM and making this incredible event happen here today. We are honored to have with us a distinguished individual whose experience and revelation has played a pivotal role in planning and executing today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed guest, Mr. Deepak Jolly, Chairperson of Indian Food and Beverage Association. We are eager to hear your insights and guidance as we embark on this occasion. Without further ado, I would like to invite you, sir, to the stage and deliver the address.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests on the dais, Madam Secretary, what an honor for us to have you here amongst us, ma'am. And the fellow participants, I see such young faces who are going to be the part of the food processing industry in next few decades, and I look forward for more entrepreneurs, more lab people amongst you all, and look forward for a very bright, and 2047 is our big target, which we will discuss today on how India will become the leader in food processing in next 23-24 years. As we commemorate the World's Food Day today here, this event holds great significance as it follows us to reflect the pivotal role the food plays in our lives and to recognize the collective effort required to ensure that no one goes hungry. Food is more than sustenance. Its universal language transcends borders, cultures, and backgrounds. It's the bedrock of our existence, the very essence of our life. And as I talk about the World Food Day as an international observance, has been celebrated annually since 1981. This day is dedicated to raising awareness about one of the most fundamental and pressing issues of our time, hunger and food insecurity. While it serves a powerful reminder of the stark disparities that exist in access to our food and urgency to address this as a global challenge, I think India has come a long way on what we have done in the area of hunger in last 75, 76 years. And as Dr. Oberoi, thank you so much for your good words, sir. Water is life, water is food. Leave no one behind. This is the global theme of the World Water Day. We need to underscore the need to reevaluate and reform our food systems for more sustainable, equitable, and nutritious future for all. Since its inception, the vision of the World Food Day has evolved, keeping in mind the need of the hour from 1981 onwards, and to strengthen the international solidarity against this struggle for hunger. Over the years, it has shifted focus towards not only ending hunger, but also promoting sustainable agriculture. Many of speakers from esteemed companies are here who will talk about water and sustainable agriculture, ensuring food security and improving nutrition worldwide. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 2, which aims to achieve zero hunger by 2030, has become a guiding principle for all collective efforts. In India, our commitment to the cause of food security and nutrition is unwavering. The Ministry of Food Processing, established in 1988, if I'm correct, ma'am, has played a vital role in this endeavor. The primary principle was to develop and enrich end-to-end value chain of food production by enhancing farmers' income, by minimizing wastages, introducing modern technology, and encouraging R&D. And with that support, together with MOPI, our efforts are aligned with global community's commitment to achieve the sustainable food systems. Furthermore, the Indian food industry has displayed remarkable resilience to the challenges of our time. It has embraced innovation, which we will be talking today, embraced technology, again we will be talking today, and sustainability practices to ensure continuous supply of safe and nutritious food. The food processing industry has emerged a significant player in this global landscape. And since the liberalization of the Indian economy way back in early 1990s, the industry has witnessed a remarkable transformation. The period of liberalization brought about the policy reform that encouraged the private sector participation and foreign investment and modernization of the food processing sector. As a result, the India's food processing industry has grown leaps and bounds, making it the fastest growing segments of the Indian economy. I see amongst us many food startups, MSMEs, who have made it in last 10, 15, 5 years. People like Deepak Agarwal and many others startups who are amongst us have led that torch and said, this is the way to grow. While, we all have been focused on technological revolution and the India's play in, IT, food is equally as important. We are partners with Plant-Based Food Industries Association. They have 150 new plant-based food industries as their members, many of them who are here and will be displaying and all will also be talking about new technologies and new foods. But the fact is, who had heard about plant-based meat till a few years back? And we will talk about it today because it is so important that as the food habits change, as we get evolved, as we get more and more different innovation, and the world is changing. Today, India is the most populous country in the world. It has many mouths to feed, but at the same time, it has, got into the self-sustenance of most of the practices. And I must say, in today's time, we are very lucky that all the what we have is about innovating. And here with academia and industry in one room, I'm sure lots of ideas will come up today, sir, which will also further our resolve of $1.5 trillion of food processing industry by 2047. And believe me, it's possible. It's not an impossible task. There are companies, I used to work with Coca-Cola and PepsiCo, and when you look at that sector, in last 25 years has created a 1 lakh crore plus turnover. And that is something, the value add in terms of employment, in terms of adding choice for the consumers and giving people the right amount of, again, nutrition has been again the focus of all the food sector companies. I have amongst us from Kellogg's, and I can tell you the kind of breakfast culture we had and what they are adding value, again, is the kind of thing which we are looking at. We have large investors who have created this food processing industry in India, and no bigger name than Rajesh Srivastava, who would be talking in the next session about where should the money go, how should the money be utilized from farm to fork. And these are important things which helps us to bring about what is food for a better future, and that is what at India Food and Beverage Association, in Food and Beverage Association, IFBA, we work with several associations. We are proud to work with IBA, the Indian Beverage Association. Many representatives will be talking about the beverages sector, plant-based foods we are working with, and then we created India Honey Alliance. And as you are aware, ma'am, that the Prime Minister has laid a special focus on honey, and many honey manufacturers will be here today during the day. We created an India Honey Alliance moral imperative. World Food Day is an opportunity to reflect the past achievements, reaffirm our commitment to the future. We can transform the food system and build a healthier, more equitable tomorrow for all. Thank you for giving us the chance, sir, for partnering with you and helping us to put an action plan with a purpose and determination. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your remarkable words and setting up the tone for today's event. Today, we also have the honor of inviting a distinguished guest to share some special remarks with us. Please welcome Shri S.S. Deswal, sir, retired IPS officer, who has served as Director General ITBP and SSB and is currently the Vice Chancellor of Sports University of Haryana. We believe your perspective will add as your journey is full of dedication, passion, and excellence. Without delay, I invite you, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Smita Anita Praveen, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Chief Guest today. Dr. Harinder S. Oberoi, Director, NIFTEM. Shri Deepak Jolly, Chairperson, Indian Food and Beverages Association. Distinguished faculty of the NIFTEM, honorable audience, and dear students. Today's eminence is the World Food Day. It is an annual reminder to us that we have to produce food for the human beings and all living beings so that nobody remains hungry. Hunger has been very, very critical few decades back. When India got independence, hunger and poverty was just handed over to us by the colonialists. But in 50s, 60s, after independence, we are grateful to our agro scientists, Dr. Randhawa, Dr. Swaminathan, the dairy farmer, Dr. Kurian, and other distinguished scientists who made a lot of improvements in agriculture, horticulture, dairy farming, the blue revolution, the white revolution, and all these revolutions are post-independence, which has fed our population and removed the poverty and hunger to large extent from the country. The nature has given birth to all living beings, and it has made a proper food cycle from insects, birds, animals, human beings. Every living being doesn't disturb the food chain except the human beings. The only humans disturb the food chain. So it is more responsibility on humans to rearrange it, produce food by improving all methods through the scientific inventions so that the human beings don't live hungry. Now, in addition to our own country, since we are growing to a very, very important power on the globe, we are supporting several other poor countries out of hunger. Just in pandemic, we provided a lot of grains to several countries. We provided medicines. All these proper medicines, even that is part of the food. It is desired by an ill person, and we are making medicines that is part of the food. Today's theme, that water is food. The water has been always very, very important element of food. Even our body constitution almost constitutes more than 80% of the water content. So water is very important. The nature has given us water in all forms. Especially we are grateful to nature as a country that number of rivers flowing in our country, the high mountains which contain the water content for long time and give us through rivers in summers or in off rain seasons. So that is again a water, but the water conservation, that is very important. We are just less accountable and less responsible in conservation of water. You look at the Yamuna river, Ganga river, just a few hundred miles away, they are the cleanest water. But if we look at our own nearby, the rivers have been spoiled to just to the maximum level. That is None of other living beings has contributed except human beings. No animal contributes to pollution, only the human beings. And I can further say it, all living beings of in any form do not add to negative energy on this globe except human beings. These are the only living beings, human beings, who add negativities to the life, negativities to the ecosystem. Can you name any living organism which spoils ecosystem? Any adds pollution? We call them mindless, but they are the most responsible. And we ourselves call ourselves very intellectuals, but we are adding all kind of pollutions in our life. Noise pollution we are creating. None of the other living beings create noise pollution. Air pollution we are adding. The food pollution. I am very sorry to say representatives of the food industry are here, they are doing a lot of work, but increasing obesity in our life, the increase in junk food which is being expanding very fast. Junk food mostly leading to obesity, leading to ill health. The food has to be in the as much natural form as possible. Instead of preservative used foods, we need to have more better warehousing so that all grains, all foods, vegetables, fruits are kept in original form and minimum preservatives are added to them before their use. So that is how we are responsible in all these situations, and we need to take care of these instead of pursuing single vertical in a way that we have to process food. There is no need of processing every kind of food. So there has to be limit in the processing also. We are eating food, yes. There are two stages. One is the people are undernourished, and second stage is people are overnourished. Overnourishment is also a problem, undernourishment is also a problem. We have to tackle both. I am here, we are handling obesity also, and we are handling undernutrition also. So nutrition is a very important issue, and foods. In the early part of the Indian independence in 60s, when there was poverty and hunger, the Honorable Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri gave a slogan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. It motivated, or it indicated that the basic needs of the country at that stage were two. That was national security, and for national security, Jawan was there, and Jai Kisan, Kisan was there for food production. Both of them have done wonderful in their areas, and the country is safe in last 75 years of independence, and the hunger is least in the country after farmers, good performance. One is a lot of work is being done in the crop patterns. Still, our farmer is almost of the level of illiteracy. He goes into very, very simple crop productions, which are just basically known to him. He doesn't know strength of the soil. He just puts fertilizers. He just, so our total agriculture sector is being pursued by very, very less literate farmers. So our scientists have to go into depth with the farmers and educate them. Some motives or some incentives are needed by the farmer. Incentives, in a sense, without incentives, he is not going to change the crop pattern. Crop pattern, it is economy based. our small farmers are not in a capacity to change crop pattern at their own expense, because that is an expensive format. They lose money. Our farmers need lot of support from them. So even crop patterns are needed to be changed, but a lot of incentives are needed by our farmers, so that crop pattern, and that is helpful in the nutrition also. If we keep on eating the same grains throughout, that causes some kind of nutrition deficiency in our eating habits. Our eating habits need to include broadest number of grains, broadest number of nutrition elements for that. So that crop pattern is again very much required. With this and the distinguished speakers and panel discussions, you will come out with more good ideas, and I am grateful to Dr. O'Brien that he has given me this opportunity to listen to distinguished opinions and to participate in the process. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thoughtful and enlightening speech. Now, we are delighted to introduce a unique and interactive feature We would like to thank FAO family and their commitment to share their vision with us on this World Food Day. We have an audio-visual presentation here. I request the IT team to kindly play the FAO message here.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address this important gathering on World Food Day in my capacity as the FAO representative in India. Food is the core of our sustenance, but today, food loss and waste are pressing problems faced by the countries across the globe, and India is no exception. Food loss is also cause of the concern of India. On this important day, I want to highlight the urgent need to focus on food loss in India and how can we work together to address this critical issue. Food loss impacts influencing the four aspects of food security, food availability, access, utilization, and stability. In India, food loss is a recurring issue due to several causes stemming from different stages of the food supply chain and socioeconomic factors. To address these issues and to ensure food security in the country, mitigating the challenges along supply chain is crucial. FAO draws attention to urgent needs to measure post-harvest losses across the country. We call upon the need to adapt food loss index methodology and monitor losses throughout the supply chain, from the production to consumption. In collaboration with FAO, IASRI, ICAR has estimated the food loss index for India. These estimates are based on the 3 national level surveys conducted by the Ministry of Food Processing Industries to estimate the harvest and post-harvest losses of major crops and commodity in the countries. The support provided by the Ministry of Food Processing Industry is highly instrumental in addressing this critical issue. In fact, India has been the torchbearer for the world as the only country that has established a robust system of regular survey of monitoring food losses. The surveys conducted in India has provided the foundation for the development of the food loss index methodology globally. And for the technical support FAO provides to the country across the world. The approach will help achieve UN SDG 12, target 12.3, which seeks to help recap that global food waste at the retail and the consumer level, and reduce food losses along the production and supply chain, including post-harvest losses and SDG 2, zero hunger. FAO firmly believes that it is crucial to identify the channels where significant losses occur. Disaggregation of the data at the subnational levels throughout the supply chain will help locate the loss points and their impact. This in turn will support target intervention and necessary aid. A critical requirement for effective decision-making is improved data which can drive innovation, promote best practices, and optimize resource allocation. Addressing India's food losses challenge requires a comprehensive and coordinated effort from various stakeholders, including the government, farmers, food processors, retailers, and consumers. Improvements in localized infrastructure, storage, transportation, processing, packaging, market linkages, and awareness campaign to change consumers' behavior is critical. Food loss also translates into loss and waste of water. Water is critical for not only agriculture purposes, but also for the very survival of humankind. FAO is certain that reducing food loss will lead to the reduced loss and the waste of water, thereby paving the way for food security, transforming agri-food systems. India, as a leader for the Global South, has the capacity to address this issue and demonstrate a way forward in reducing food loss. I hope your discussion today will encourage us all to continue working together in a coherent manner to achieve efficient, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient agri-food system for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to FAO. And I hope the vision shared by the Food and Agriculture Organization will help us reduce food losses in India and will help us move towards a brighter and more sustainable tomorrow. For the inaugural address, I would like to invite Srimati Anita Praveen ma'am, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries and former Special Secretary, Department of Telecommunication in Ministry of Communications. Ma'am, your vision and perspective will be of great value to our attendees, and we are confident that your keynote address will resonate with our diverse audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Harinder S. Oberoi, Director, NIFTEM-K, Dr. S.S. Deswal, IPS, retired, Vice Chancellor, Sports University of Haryana, Dr. Anupama Singh, Dean, Postgraduate Studies, NIFTEM-K, Shri Deepak Jolly, Chairperson, Industry, Food and Beverages Association, industry representatives present here, media representatives, NIFTEM-K's faculty, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today talking to all of you. 1945, the FAO was founded, and a very important step taken for food and nutritional security. 2014, the day on which it was founded, which is 16th of October, was declared as the World Food Day, and since then it has been celebrated. We all know food is a very basic need not elaborate about it, because without food, I don't think anyone can survive, and much more than food, it is water, which is equally important. So the theme for today, which is water, is a very, very important theme, I believe. Water is life, water is food, food of a type, because all foods we eat has a major component of water in it. So for survival of not just humans, animals, plants, the whole of the earth, water is an important thing, and we need to look at it very, very seriously and work towards ensuring that we do not finish it for the next generation. The next generation has enough left, and for the future generations, for the earth to survive. I have a very strong belief that till man went up to water to pick it up and bring it home, we were pretty okay. We kind of had a very sustainable approach. We picked up enough to just feed the family, feed the animals, probably later on a little bit of agriculture. But once water started reaching our homes, our cities, our towns, we became careless. We do not care how much water flows out of our taps. We do not care how much water flows out of the pumps which are used for irrigation. We have become indiscriminate users. That probably is one of the major reasons why today we see so much of water shortage. I've been in government service for 34 years now, and unbelievable but true, I have seen the water tables drop in different blocks of the country. The data that we run through, the data that we follow while doing water resource management gives a very clear indication of the way we have gone about indiscriminately using water. We settled down around the sources. We settled down around the rivers, we settled down around the ponds. When that was not enough, we moved out because the population grew, water requirement grew, and then piped water, channeled water, everything started. And then came the water shortages that we are facing today. We have to understand a couple of things here, not just water as a quantity. We see that water quantity has gone down. The second thing which is much more important is that water's quality has gone down. What we used to receive earlier, I don't know about this generation, but when I was in school, we would go to school without a water bottle. The tap water which came from the school tap was good enough for us to drink. We happily drank it, never fell ill. We stayed healthy. And it was a very comfortable world to be in. Today, I dread to send my daughter to any place without a bottle of water from the house. So that is a stage where we have reached, where we have polluted our sources so badly that what we bring to our houses through the piped water looking very sparkling and nice is not actually good for drinking. Most of the places we need to put purifiers, we need to clean it up, we need to make it fit for drinking. Today we are able to do that. Tomorrow maybe the technology will fail us and we'll end up drinking the same polluted water despite the best of technologies that we may have. And that's when it'll start really hurting. Our climate change impact has been so horrible that today we find that some places are receiving much more rainfall than it used to, and the places where there was surplus water is now going short. And I'm sure all of you children here must be reading newspapers, watching when monsoon comes. The erraticity that has come into the water feed to the country through the monsoons has had a great impact. Unbelievably, places like Cherrapunji, which was supposed to be the topmost water receiving place in the country, in Shillong, in Meghalaya, now is no more the one. It's now a new location. Adjacent to it, I think I'm forgetting the name, Mosinran or something is the name of the place. But now Cherrapunji is not the top water receiving place. So we have affected the pattern. We've not just affected our consumption. We are affecting the animal population as well, which now does not receive any water in summer. So they go far and wide. There's a lot of human-animal interaction happening, and we know the consequences. The animals suffer. We have our means to tackle them, so the animals actually suffer. So what we need to do is become aware today. This generation which is sitting in front of me is the future policymaker, the future industrialist, the future consumer of all resources. So we need to become aware of this factor that if we are not aware today, we will affect our tomorrow, we will affect the world. not just food. Food wastage is one aspect. And also, I need to mention here that it's not just the food that is wasted on the farm or during harvesting or post-harvesting. The largest wastage is actually cooked food wastage, which happens in the households, which happens in the hotels, which happens in various locations where food is served. So my request to all of you is that it's okay to eat not so good food sometimes. Just consume the food that your parents put in your plate. It's meant for the environment to not waste that food. That too in a country like India where shortage is there in plenty of areas. It's not good to waste food. So probably taking an oath to ensure that you don't waste food, you don't waste water, will help not just you but your future generations as well. As far as the industrial consumption of water is concerned, that's another area where all of you will be concerned, since you are studying in an institution which will finally set you into the world of food processing tomorrow. The larger industry, I believe, has enough resources wherewithal to take care of the water they use. The recycling of water, it has a cost, and the larger industry is able to manage the recycling, of course, at a cost. That cost, of course, gets passed on to you when you open a final packet of a product. But the smaller ones are the biggest sufferers here, just like in every case where water shortage is there, the suffering ones are the ones who have less resources. Here also, the industry, which is a smaller industry, will have much more difficult time, because for them to bear an additional machinery which purifies water for them, which recycles water for them, or which consumes less water, it has a cost and it is difficult for them to bear. We look forward to you all being good in technology development, which will ensure that industry tomorrow has enough support in terms of good technology, good machinery, which will help them in terms of less water consumption and ensure sustainable measures that can be taken for saving water, recycling water, and producing products at much lesser cost. We should not be wasting our cost components on factors like, bad quality water, bad quality inputs. That should be ensured for tomorrow. I understand that this team is the one which will be the innovators for tomorrow, and I really look forward to all of you contributing the best to the world to make sure that your innovation, your technology development will help us tide over a critical time where we are today, where we are staring into the face of water crisis, food crisis, all kind of crisis that will be difficult for mankind to handle. So your contribution is going to be very, very important. From the Ministry of Food Processing, whatever support is required for the industry, for you to do R&D tomorrow, we are there to help you as much as possible. My last words would be, let us not wait for someone else to take steps to ensure safe water, safe food. It's for us to do it, and let us do it rather than waiting for others. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Now, I request Dr. Anupama Singh, Dean Postgraduate Studies and Head of the Department of Food Engineering, NIFTEM, to give a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Neetu. A very good morning to one and all. It's a great privilege for me to express vote of thanks on this occasion. I, Anupama, on behalf of entire NIFTEM fraternity, extend heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries present on the dais, distinguished guests, our most valued invited speakers, attendees, registrar, deans, heads, faculty staff, students for gracing the occasion. So firstly, I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Mrs. Anita Praveen, Madam, for sparing her valuable time. Thank you, Madam, your being here. Your presence at NIFTEM has always been a great support for us. I also wish to express my sincere thanks to Dr. S.S. Deshwal, retired IPS, Vice Chancellor, Sports University of Haryana, and Shri Deepak Jolly, Chairperson, Indie Food and Beverage Association. Thank you, sir, for being here and delivering thoughtful speech. Your wisdom and insight has enlightened us. Thank you. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to our director, Dr. H.S. Oberoi, who has been a central force behind all these activities. Sir, your minute-to-minute guidance, keen observation, constant support has been instrumental for organizing this event. I will not be doing justice if I don't thank to the volunteers, faculty staff, IT cell, media, press, administrative staff, housekeeping staff, maintenance, horticulture, who work tirelessly behind the curtain to ensure smooth execution of this event. And special thanks goes to FAO, representative of India, for sharing their insight through audio-visual message. At the end, I would like to thank IFBA for association, our partners, sponsors, especially IHA, IBA, and Plant-Based Food Industry Association. So once again, I thank you all for your presence and participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we conclude the inauguration session. However, we request all the audience to remain seated. Secretary Madam has a meeting. She will be leaving. However, we will be resuming the session in 5 minutes. So all of you, please remain seated. See, that is not good that we have to close the doors and you restrict your exit from the hall. We request you to be seated. We have found car keys. Somebody's car keys are here with me at the dais. So if somebody is looking for their car keys, they may contact me. Thank you. Right. I would like to announce once again, there are some car keys which somebody has left. It's here with me. They may collect it after the session. Thank you. So I think we are all set. Yeah. So now we will start our brainstorming session, and first session is about advanced water and food processing technologies for ensuring sustainable use of water. For this, I would like to call Shri Rajesh Srivastav, Chairman Provis Advisors, as the moderator of this session, to join us here at the dais. Dr. Srivastav is a founding member of Rabobank in India. He has 23 years of dedicated experience in food and agribusiness, heading corporate banking, corporate finance, strategic advisory, and private equity. He has advised the Government of India and several state governments on agri and food processing strategies. He sits on CII's National Council and National Committees and is a go-to authority on agribusiness. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I would also request the panel members, Shri Ashok Athawasi Prahlad, Senior Director, Technical Operations, Coca-Cola, India, to join us on the dais. Shri Ravindra Sevak, Country Director, Safe Water Network. Shri Ganesh K, Chief Sustainability Officer, CSR and Corporate Affairs, Bisleri, to join us here at the dais. Shri Kunal Gupta, Business Head, Production and Procurement, KRBL. Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, Director, NIFTEM-Kundli. Shri Ashok Kumar Banerjee, Executive VP, BU Head, Protein Business, Acme Cleantech Solution Private Limited, to join us at the dais. I would request Dr. Neeraj, the coordinator of the session, to give us a brief on this session, please.
Thank you, Dr. Neetu. Good morning, everyone. Just a brief about this particular session. As a panel one, the discussion revolves around the main topic.
I'm sorry for the interruption. I think there is a brief presentation of 5 minutes on the theme area of this event. I request Dr. Sunil Parikh sir to kindly be here, join us at the dais to make the presentation, please.
Thank you very much. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, industry personnel, and my dear students. As we know that we are celebrating the World Food Day with the theme Water is Life, Water is Food. The first debate starts from here, whether the water is food. And as per the academic definition, we teach that water is not a food. But now, for the last many years, there is the debate that whether water is the food. And FAO itself has closed this debate with the word water is life, water is food. Next, please. It is not here. Yeah. So you see the environmental sustainability, and there are the three key pillars for the sustainability of the environment. One is the social aspects, other one is the environmental aspects, and third important thing is the economic aspects. So all these three in the balance with the sustainability, and for that we have to be a judicious use of our natural resources, and water is one of the most important natural resources which is being used most unjudiciously over the last few decades. Next, please. So there are the major challenges of the water in the food processing sector, and you see there is a lot of the talk of the use of the water in the agriculture and in the other industries, but we have less talk about the use of the water in the food processing industries. And the first and the foremost issue is the low water use efficiency in the food processing industries. So in the low water use efficiency by means that for the production of the per unit of the processed food, how much water is utilized, and in the unit operations also there is the water is utilized not only in the for the sanitization, for the broilers, for the boiling, for the your pre-cooling practices, etc. So we have to be practice, and we have to be increase the water use efficiency in the food processing sector. The other one related issue is the water energy nexus. As to for the groundwater extraction and for the utilization of the water, and to make the water more useful for the food processing industries, energy is there. So how we can utilize this water energy nexus? And third one is the imbalanced groundwater utilization. Beverage industries are more know about this, that what happened when the imbalanced groundwater utilization happened, and there is the social activism also there. And poor quality water and the toxicities are there. There are the very interesting example from our country also, that in some of the pockets there is the toxicity of the iron in the water, but at the same time these are the districts which are the most anemic one. So the toxicity doesn't mean that it is available to the human beings also. Then the wastewater utilization is the another important issue in the food processing industry. So how we can recycle the water and how we can use the recycling water in the food processing sector. Microbial contamination or the water standards is the another area where we have to be worked, and there is the lot of gap between the WHO standards and the Indian standards on the water standards. and after all we are not in position for the water busting of the plants also. So you see the global inventory of the water on the earth, and when we take this statistics, you see the average annual precipitation over the whole globe is about the 86 centimeters, but out of which 77 falls on the oceans and 23% on the land only. The total volume of water on earth is estimated to be the 1386 billion cubic kilometers, that is the 333 million cubic miles, but out of that evaporation from the land across accounts for the 16% of the total precipitation which it receives, and 7% of the global precipitation returns to the sea as a river and groundwater. So the useful water is very less. There is the water availability scenario of the India, and you see the total precipitation received on the land of India is 4000 billion cubic meters, and out of which annual water availability is just only 1869 billion cubic meters, and the utilizable water is just only 1122 billion cubic meters. And out of that the surface water is 690 cubic million meters and groundwater is 432 billion cubic meters. But you see the extraction scenario of the groundwater, which accounts for the 60% of the irrigation needs, 85% of rural drinking water needs, 50% of urban water needs, and in the last 40 years groundwater contributed more than 80% in increasing net irrigated area. But we do not have any data that how much water is utilizing for the overall food processing sectors, though. So we have to be work on the data generation also. Scarcity of the fresh water is the another challenge, where the increasing population is one of the factor, then change of the consumption pattern and the climate change are the major factors that affects the scarcity of the water. So here the typical values, that the volume of the water which requires to produce the common food stuffs, and if we are wasting the 1 kg of the chocolate, or you are consuming the 1 kg of chocolate, not only you are consuming 1 kg of the chocolate, but you are consuming the 17,196, almost the 20,000 liters of the water which is utilized for the production of the 1 kilogram of the chocolate. For the 1 kilogram of the beef, there is the consumption of the 15,000 plus liters of the water. Likewise, in the cheese, you see more than 3,178 liters of the water. For the production of the 1 kg of the rice, there is 2,000 to 5,000 liters of the water is consuming. So in the other table, we have summarized the American dairy and the milk processing plant efficient loadings, and you see in the milk sector, for the 1 kg of the milk, there is the how much waste water is there, that is the 3 times or the 3.25 times higher than the production of the 1 kg of the milk. Likewise, for the production of the 1 kg of the cheese, 3 times more water is wasted only by the food processing industry. So these figures are also alarming for us. Then the water quantity and the quality requirements for the selected processes in the food processing industries, and you see for the food processing industries, we have categorized the relative water quantity and the water quality aspects. And in the food processing, in the direct preparation of the food products, bottled water, cooling water, product washing, then fuming water, then production for the ice, hot water, and the steam and air conditioning and the humidity control. All these are the unit operations where the water quality and the water productivity is important. And then the groundwater contamination, for which I talking that in the iron are 26 states are toxicity in the iron, but it is not in the usable form. Likewise, arsenic, nitrate and the fluoride are the major issues in the groundwater contamination. Then there is the lot of the gap between the Indian standards and the WHO guidelines for the drinking water, and we have to work on that also, especially for the nitrates. There is the huge gap on the this aspect. And if you see the utilization of the water use, and there is the competition between the agricultural use and the industrial use particularly. So how efficiently the food processing industries can utilize the water, that is one of the major challenge. So there are the lot of the policy issues in demanding, which demands the immediate attention, and one is the incentivizing the food processing industries according to the water use efficiency and the energy use efficiency. So we have to be talk a lot about the water use efficiency, and those processing sectors, those processing industries which have the higher water use, they must be incentivizing on the basis of that technologies, then to set the standards for use of the water quality in the food processing industries, efficient technologies which needs to be generated for reducing water use in the processing sectors, then strengthening the water quality monitoring systems. Modifications in the Canal Act system is also required, because the pricing of the water in our country is too much wider gap is there, 0.00025 paisa per liter to the 25 rupees per liter. It means there is a 10 raised to the power 8 times gap in the water pricing in our country. So this pricing is also important. Then the subsidies on the chemical amendments and the subsidies on the water filtration units, these are associated things with the our food processing industries. So with that remarks that leave no one behind with the utilization of the water, I stop my talk here, and it will be continued with the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it's a very important and vital information on the statistics of water globally as well as in India. And the way forward in terms of making the technologies, sustainable technologies to make water more utilizable and going forward with the judicious use of water. Now, resuming to session 1, I would request the coordinator of the session, Dr. Neeraj, to join here on the dais and give us a brief on the session.
Thank you, Dr. Neetu. So, regarding this particular session, the discussion revolves around the basic theme of advanced water and food processing technologies for ensuring sustainable use of water. The prime concern is use of water as a value-added product which is generated as byproduct during processing of other food items, for example, waste generated during cheese or paneer manufacturing. The use of electrolyzed water to improve the food safety and quality by improving the nutrient retention. And the one more aspect is the sustainable use of water during manufacturing of beverages and other foods. Now, I would request the moderator of the session to kindly take on. Sir, please.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just about 5 minutes left to the morning. Then we start afternoon. We're running a bit late, but first of all, let me express my gratitude to Dr. Oberoi and to Deepak for inviting me to be here. Always a pleasure to be amidst students in particular and look at the future generation of this country, especially in the food business, which is my passion as well. As you would have seen from the brief description you had, I'm a banker. I'm a little bit of an odd one here. They're all from the industry and all specialists and experts. The only difference is that I am a sector banker, so I know nothing else except banking for agri and food. So that's where I am. But maybe that's also important because everything is economics, everything is commerce, everything is business. That's how we look at it. First of all, I must say, Dr. Oberoi, that I had a quick tour of your campus and especially the pilot plant and saw the certification lab in particular. That interests me a lot. And the only thing which was the takeaway is that you should have many more of these as NIFTEM franchises across the country. Because, you know, we are awfully short of good certification labs across the country. And that in turn feeds into good food. So you need to do that. I won't take too much of time. I think between Pratik, Dr. Pratik was earlier speaker, and Neeraj, I think you had lots of background this session, so they took away some of the shine which I would have had anyway. But one of them, I think, said that chocolate 1 kg consumes 17,000 liters of water, which is a fact. No one here, especially the young ones, we're not preaching that don't have chocolates, please do. At the same time, I think it's time that the industry itself, the producers and manufacturers of chocolate, they should have an introspection, and they should every year actually come out in their annual reports that what strategy did they adopt to actually minimize the use of water for producing chocolates. That's important. I think the time is for self-regulation, introspection, and then actually not just to say that consumers don't consume this and that and all of that. So that's not going to happen anyway. I think just a few quick things which also came by in the presentation, but I must mention. One, that there are ways and means to actually reduce the use of water in the food production. Equipment and training orientation tops my list actually, because lots of times, not just the households, but also in the industries, I think there is a loss of, you could save water by being more efficient in your overall operations. Process control, production scheduling, design, equipment, all of that. So a number of things can happen. I'm not a technician, so I won't go into that. But there are ways which have been practiced around the world. The only thing which comes out of this is that every single food producing company of any important scale should, in its annual report, just that they come out with CSR, they come out with statement on ESG. I think they should specifically come out on water saving. That's important because, you know, we just highlighted the enormity of this problem, but what is everyone, each one doing to mitigate that is also important. And I think somewhere the government, so the secretary has gone away, but I'm sure Dr. Oberoi can convey this. I would encourage that she should prevail upon MCA or the Ministry of Finance and whoever and say that every single company, food producer, should come out with a specific statement in the annual report saying that how much of water per kg, per ton have really they saved. And there are ways to do it. The equally, being a banker, I would also say that a lot of times actually practices and habits, they get influenced by the lenders and investors. And I've been an investor, so I understand that how much of say or influence or call it pressure we can exercise on the companies to do certain things. I think we have a credit rating concept by the credit rating agencies. We have risk rating in all the banks, and I think water conservation and water saving should be there as one of the key salient points where each individual company should be rated. I think these are the ways to actually influence tangibly to mitigate or to reduce the water consumption. With this, let me move on and let me call my colleagues. We have a rather large panel here, and I know that there is paucity of time, so I think I better be efficient. What I would do is quickly introduce each speaker at the same time, and in no particular order. So excuse me for if you get wrongly sequenced, but there isn't time enough. And I would encourage everyone to say something about what each one does. Unfortunately, you will have about 3 to 4 minutes at best. I would try to give you a leading question which I think comes to my mind, and amidst other things, you please answer that. That would be nice. And I want to keep it free-flowing. I am not too sure if we'll have time enough for a Q&A, but ideally speaking, we should. But let's see how it goes. My first speaker would be Shri Ashok Athawase Prahlad, who is a Senior Director, Technical Operations from Coca-Cola. He has over 22 years of multifaceted experience in FMCG manufacturing supply chain, a very passionate leader who drives supply chain excellence and sustainability at Coca-Cola India and Southwest Asia. My question to you, Ashok, would be, you know, Coke is majorly a beverages company and water is the chief ingredient. I'll be very keen to know how water is treated and its use reducible, not reduced, reducible going forward. Ashok, thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh, and good afternoon all. Thank you first of all for having us here, having me. It's a matter of pride and privilege to speak among the very august panel here. and thank you for the introduction. I have spent about 22 years primarily in the technology and infrastructure in the Coca-Cola company. So coming to the question, water, and we have heard enough about water, how important it is, and more so it is for us, because for any beverage industry, water is the heart, water is the key ingredient. And rightly so, hence, the focus on water, whether it is reduction, quality and quantity both, is very, very high. So a lot of this material is available on the sustainability reports, but since today's topic is about the technology, I would like to just call upon three points. One, the whole philosophy of water usage itself. So it revolves around reduce, reuse and recycle. So the first and basic thing is reduction. So I can tell you, for example, when I joined 20 years back, the bottle manufacturing line used to have rinser, like you have a bottle blower and a rinser and a filler. Now the technology has evolved in such a way that you have bottle blower and filler directly, no rinser. So that takes away all the water. So reduction itself is a very big game. That's just one example. And the industry has been working very, very consciously on that and made great progress. The second is about the recycle and reuse. Reuse, I would like to touch upon again. So reuse is so much important, because the effluent what we generate, if we can use it back for our utilities, for our plant operations, for our some of the non-food grade application, it is and that is where we have been working very consciously. The new technologies like MVRE, you must have heard, or if not, you can Google it. Mechanical vapor recompression, it generates so much higher level of reuse of water at a very low cost, because if you go for MEE, mechanical evaporation, it's a very costly affair in terms of cost and energy. So like sir mentioned, it's a matter of energy and water nexus, right? One should not compete with another. That's another example of technology. Last 2 points I want to mention is, when it comes to technology usage in water, sometimes we feel, some very high tech will come and save us, but yes, it is there, like high efficiency membrane. But my experience is the right fitment of finding right technology to the right solution actually is the key, and that is where it can drive immense results. Just to give you one example, the basic cleaning process, you are all food technology institute students, so cleaning in place is a process everybody knows. Just the application of automation in that, to say that from one step to another step, we don't, the automation happens basis the certain parameter, like measuring conductivity, like measuring, instead of having the fixed drainage, that itself saves like 30 to 40% of the water. So right technology application for right process steps can bring immense result. Similarly, digitization, I'm moving on from the water reduction to a larger context of recharge. We do lots of recharge projects across the country, and the recent technology of drones has kind of completely changed the way we do the pre-assessment, way we do the monitoring, way we do the effective maintenance of it. So again, another simple example, drones usage and with technology. There are many, many more. Of course, in the interest of time, we wouldn't go into it. But the bottom line remains that when we see end-to-end and the advent of digitization and the technology, there is huge scope for reduction. And as a beverage industry leader, we have been working consistently on it. You can see the number on the sustainability report. Last time we were approximately 1.78 liters to produce, every 1 liter of water. So to produce 1 liter of beverage, we just take less than 2 liters of water, and rest of the numbers can be seen in the sustainability report. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashok. You stuck to time. This is very good. Let me now bring in Shri Ravindra Sevak. Ravi Sevak he is more endearly called. He is the country director of Safe Water Network. He works with the aim of providing safe drinking water to the poor population of the world. Focus countries are India and Ghana. So first question is why Ghana? But let's wait for a minute. Safe Water Network India assisted the government in developing the national policy of Har Ghar Jal and Amrit 2.0 on providing water to each rural and urban household. Ravi, my leading question to you would be, you work in rural and urban areas both. We all know that while there is abundance and waste in urban areas, and I'm not going into groundwater, which somebody presented here, and rural is scarcity, but there's more conservation in that sense. So please compare the two.
Greetings. My thanks go out to Dr. Oberoi and Deepak for inviting us to this August gathering, and my greetings to all the children and audiences. It's a pleasure to work on water, which I have been working for over 30 years. We aim to provide sustainable, safe water to the last person. Currently, over 2 billion people do not get safe, sustainable water. And our journey began in India by providing the policy framework. We were fortunate to be invited earlier by Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation, which is now Ministry of Jal Shakti, and then Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs to write the two policies. These two policies are currently world's largest at $90 billion or 6,50,000 crore. Isme, it will be providing safe water access to 19 crore homes in rural and about 26 million, which is 2.6 crore slum dwellers. Similarly, I work for the formation of Indian standards with BIS. So these are the policy level, more glamorous work. But what is closest to our heart is essentially working with communities on integrated watershed management, efficient use of water, improving jal, jungle, jameen, jivika or janwar in the rural areas, and also pond rejuvenation. But also, how do you work, as you asked, in cities? Cities have difficulty in water access for slums. So there we work. In rural also, there are water challenges like fluoride, nitrate and salinity. We have access to 13 lakh people through 350 water stations. We provide 250 schools with safe water. And we also work along with NABARD in improving the complete agriculture practices. So these are the sustainable solutions. We have also been lucky in providing the technical assistance not only to Government of Karnataka for operating the 18,000 plants, but also in Ghana to the Community Water and Sanitation Agency, which is the government agency. So we, I'm an engineer, I am Ahmedabad, worked for corporates like Ashok in PepsiCo till 2009, last 14 and a half years with Safe Water. And this is our mission, vision, to reach safe water to each location. In terms of technology for sustainable water, since I'm almost a minute to my ending, I recommend each one of us to work towards IoT-based monitoring and automatic working of the plants. Especially during COVID, all our 350 plants worked without interruption at 99% uptime because they were all automatic, they were all remotely monitored, and we were able to dispense water 24/7 by IoT, automatic RFID bed dispenser. And the same application as innovation we have developed for water supplies to each community by the government, where the last mile automatic chlorination and monitoring can be done by our systems. And this took about 3 to 4 years for us to innovate. But we are, along with other donors and corporates, CSR funding, we are providing that to the communities, especially in both rural villages as well as urban slums at the point of entry. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any question.
Thanks, Ravi. If I had time, I would have discussed with you the community water projects. I've seen some of them in Andhra Pradesh. And it's amazing, and to dispel some, people have apprehensions, but I think the rural population actually pays for that water. Yes. And they pay it more willingly than the urban people do actually.
They do. Actually, 5 rupees for 20 liters of water, which is absolutely nothing, but still, that pays for the local operation, maintenance, operator expense, bijli, pani. So that gives them sustainability and about 1,000 people livelihoods.
And then the good part is that this expense actually is traded with the health, because they don't fall sick so often. So the money which they spend otherwise on medicines actually gets offset by having safe drinking water. So thank you, and I hope that we have some little more time to discuss. But moving on, the next speaker would be Mr. Ganesh K. And you would also explain what is K. I don't understand, but
it's my initial. It's Kaliya Perumal, my father's name.
All right. Okay, great. He started his career as an assistant production manager at Shaw Wallace. Has an experience of 30+ years. He is presently working as senior general manager, corporate affairs, come chief sustainability officer at Bisleri International Private Limited. So he's had quite a transition from a liquor manufacturing company to a bottled water. So please, Ganesh.
Yeah. Thank you, Rajesh ji. It's my pleasure to be here on this day. It's a very important occasion and important day for all of us, because and I would like to thank NIFTEM and Director Dr. Oberoi sir and Deepak for calling me here. Fortunately, it's been this year theme is water is life, water is food. Okay, so I come from a company manufacture packet drinking water, started way back in 1969. So we are 53 years old company. Okay, and we are using water as our raw material. As a company, we use a process called reverse osmosis. I think all the food technologists know that process, because reverse osmosis is the process from where the water is filtered and then used for various applications for food industries. Okay. And we slowly drill down when the RO, the permeate and the reject, the technical term which is called for the rejected water and the permeated water. The ratio is 60-40. The 60% of the water you will get a permit and 40% the rejections. Okay, and we were operating that, but last 10 years we had drilled down and then we have seen that whether there is any possibilities to control on that and see that maximum recovery is taken. Yes, we did it. We had installed multi-stage ROs. Okay, multi-stage sequential RO, by which one RO, the rejected water will go to the next RO and the third RO and the fourth RO like. So in this process, all our 133 plant across the country is recovering 90 to 95% of the water, and only 5% of the water is being rejected from this plant. Okay, you see even our household RO which we are using, which is 60% is the permit water and 40% still we are wasting it. Okay, this 5% of the water is taken for our gardening purpose and it is used for our domestic toilet flushing purposes. Okay. And also we have taken additional steps with respect to reduction of water for our utilities and for our domestic. So wherever the water pipelines we have, the taps and other things where we use for our staff and then employees, we have changed the nozzle. You see there is a energy efficient spray nozzle. It's a simple nozzle. It hardly costs only 50 rupees. And it will give a pressure and the water is 80% saved through using these nozzles. So we have installed in our all plants the nozzles and also the cooling towers, which is used to use more quantity of water. We have gone for a closed loop cooling tower. See, a open loop cooling tower, normally the evaporation rates are more, the water requirements are more. So we have gone for a closed loop cooling system. And as a company, sustainability has been a part from day one. We started harvesting water from 2001, and I'm happy to say that we have 246 check dams which is being repaired or restored, and we are able to harvest every year 24 billion liters of water. And by this process, company now is a water positive company, and we are still looking in for some other avenues how we can do that. Also, over a period of time, we also pioneered ourselves, and we are having a process of even filtering saline waters. You see, there are some places where the TDS of water is more than 2,500. As per the Central Pollution Control Board, if the water TDS is more than 2,000, you cannot discharge again to the ground. Okay. So we take 2,500 TDS water and 95% recovery, 5% wastage, and with a zero liquid discharge plant also. So we are the first packet drinking water company in the country to have a zero liquid discharge plant. So also, as mentioned by other panelists, we have also reduced the water and various cleaning processes also in the plant. Maybe after blowing, there is a stage called rinsing, which he was mentioning about. We had gone for a ozone rinsing. We don't use any chemical in our processes. So the cleaning is very, very simple. We use a ozonized water. We don't use any detergents for cleaning. So our cleaning water is very, very negligible. And the water ratio in our plant is 1:1.2. Thank you.
Thanks, Ganesh. Dr. Oberoi, I don't mind if I bring you the last. You're the host, actually. Okay. Ganesh, I didn't give you a question, but I do have a question. You know, he also mentioned about reuse of water. I think in the food business, I think there's a lot of perception as well. There is always a problem if you tell somebody that you're using somebody which is reused or recharged, not recharged, but reused. And people have this perception that should I drink it, not drink it, reject it? That applies to water and any food item as well. What's your take on that?
Yeah. You see, there are two standards for water. I think Dr. Oberoi sir will know that. One is IS 10500, that is the potable drinking water standard, which is referring to WHO standards also. Next one is the packet drinking water standard 14543. Okay. So we have a standard for 10500, which is a potable water, which has certain testing with respect to the physical, chemical, and micro properties. But as a company, when we do this various sequential RO and efficiency systems, we also have a control over all the parameters which is being tested in our in-house and by the external lab. As per BIS and FSSAI, all the packet drinking water has to adhere 84 tests before it is going to the market. So sir, we check all the 84 parameters before it is going to things. We ensure that all the parameters are there. In addition to that, as a company, responsible company, we do more tests. So total tests which Bisleri is doing is 114 tests which we are doing on the quality of water which is going. Also, we Bisleri, we are doing this 114 tests. What my recommendation to the other food industries will be, like, you see the water, when we are telling about the WHO standard or potable drinking water of 500 TDS, okay. And the RO process or the packet drinking water TDS is 120 to 200 maximum and 250 for a natural mineral water. So I would request all the industry to relook their water which is coming out from the processes, because up to 500 TDS you can use water. Why should I waste water? Also in this process, very important is quality to be tested. You take a water, filter it, if the TDS is 200, 300, it's not going to affect the quality of the food at all. Okay. So there by which 10 to 15% of the water which is drained out can be also saved. Addition to that, after the process, you need to have a strict control system on the quality parameters, which Mr. Rajesh was mentioning. So with quality and the technology hand in hand, you will be able to save lots of water. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganesh. Let me move on to Mr. Kunal Gupta. And he's the business head, production and procurement of KRBL. I'm sure you're familiar with the beautiful brand, which is the India Gate brand. After completing his BBA in business management from Cox School of Business, Southern Methodist University in Texas, Kamal is also presently the co-chair of Agri and Food Processing Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Young man, I know the family very well, and I think, of course, a leading brand as well. It becomes even more important for you because I know that India Gate is exported, basmati exported largely, and to some very difficult importing countries as well. And water can also be a big polluter, just as pesticide residue is. So you might like to answer about that. In any event, rice is known to be a guzzler of water as per the traditional conventional technology. Is there a real technological breakthrough happening in rice production or paddy production via seeds or irrigation system or something? I mean, one been reading about SRI and all, but maybe you'll throw some light on that.
Thank you, Rajesh, for the introduction, and I would like to thank NIFTEM for inviting us to be a part of this event. Uh, so I look at water in a very different way. It is not only the valuable resource, but I see it is India is recognized for the quality of water, especially in the northern region. The reason I say that is because basmati would have been a regular grain if it wasn't for the water. The reason it got the GI tag is because of the water quality that comes in from the foothills of Himalayas. And that is the reason why basmati commands a premium over other rice globally available in the market. So that is the reason why water plays a very important role in rice manufacturing, especially basmati rice. Now, Rajesh, when it comes to process, water again plays a very important role in terms of determining the quality of rice that goes to the consumer's plate. The sweetness, the flavor of the grain also depends upon the quality of water which is extracted and used in the process of producing basmati rice. And in the major process is the parboiled variety, where the paddy is soaked for 6 to 7 hours in tanks, and it absorbs all the nutrients of water which is there, and that gives the sweetness to it. When it comes to modern agriculture practices these days, a lot of, especially for basmati, which is produced in Punjab and Haryana region primarily, the government has in fact done a wonderful job at connecting the fields with canals, and the irrigation of water have drastically increased from last 1 decade. So, and that is the reason why the basmati production year on year is increasing in these regions. Yeah.
Thanks, Kunal. And I wish you luck with the discussion underway on MEP now, because the government, I think, is discussing that. Thank you. So let me turn to somebody I couldn't meet, but seems like very important, Mr. Ashok Banerjee. He is an accomplished professional with a wealth of experience, spending 27 years in the food and biochemical engineering industry. Currently, he is the Executive Vice President and the BU Head of Protein Business at Acme Cleantech Solutions. He holds a BTech in Food Technology and Biochemical Engineering, complemented by an MBA in Finance. He has worked earlier on in reputed organizations like AB Mauri, Danisco DuPont, and others. Ashok is recognized for his profound expertise in fermentation technology, oils and fats, as well as bakery and food ingredients, making him a seasoned leader in the realm of food technology. I would be especially keen to know from you the water in fermentation.
Okay, thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, everyone present here, and thanks to NIFTEM for giving us this opportunity to talk about the protein which we are doing, as well as how we are looking the sustainability of this Earth, the planet Earth. First of all, a little bit about Acme Cleantech Technologies. We are basically into renewable energy, and keeping that sustainability is our into that DNA. And we are into renewable energy, then we are into green hydrogen, green ammonia, and the third venture is into this protein business. And we know about all kind of plant proteins, soya proteins, penny or pea proteins, chickpea proteins, but we have taken a protein which is not known to all as of now. It is called the fungal protein and the mycoprotein. And the key trigger for this, or the driving force for this, is the sustainability. We have already seen that the typical water consumptions to produce 1 kg of pork or the meat is almost 16,000 liters of water. Whereas when we talk about this protein, typical the mycoprotein, any idea how much water is required to produce 1 kg of this mycoprotein? it's just 14 liter. 14 liter of water is required to produce only 1 kg of microprotein. And it has all ingredients required to give you the typical nutritional values, whether it's a fiber, whether it's vitamins and minerals. So that is our objective for the sustainability of this business, sustainability of this our environment, and the sustainability of the planet Earth. So this is typically done by the fermentation process, and you all know it doesn't require a lot of land, it doesn't require a lot of energy, it doesn't require a lot of water as well. We, ACME, we have our own renewable energy. We are using that to produce the green ammonia. The ammonia is the source for nitrogen for anything. So that ammonia goes into production of our protein, and that protein goes into the market. So if you look into the whole value chains, we are trying our best to maintain the sustainability theme which we are typically believe in. Means renewable energy, then green ammonia, and ultimately it's the green protein. And that is not only the end of it. So we are also working on to use AI and ML so that the water consumption which we are taking is the industry standards. But that is not the end of the story. There might be some other way which that AI can find out, yes, whatever you are using, there is a chance of reducing further 10%, 20%, and that makes a lot of water, good water for utilization for other purposes. So that is what we are doing as of now, and we believe that once maybe it is a very noble product, it will take some time to get into your palate, but still within a couple of years' time, it will be the main protein available in the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashok. So my pleasure and privilege to bring in Dr. Oberoi now, and apologies again, deliberate. I thought I'll bring you the last so that you can plug in the gaps which we would have left in our speeches.
It's always a pleasure, being at the last, for the simple reason that you assimilate everything what other speakers have spoken. So you can just conclude, summarize, and there's a lot of wisdom. In fact, I feel privileged to have heard the esteemed speakers here. The gaps I see is you talked about water metering, economics of water. What is actually happening is a lot of water goes into the soil, and from the soil, a lot of water goes into the plant through the process of transduction. That is through xylem vessels, and then it goes into the fruit or the vegetable that we consume, and then we dry those. So while drying that, the entire water is evaporated. So I'll just give you a small example of there's a farmer producer organization in Ajmer. What they are doing is they are drying these rose petals, and they are extracting all the water from the rose petal. That uses rose water, which is exporting to different countries. And the dried petals are being sent to Bikaner Wala or Haldirams and other sweet manufacturers, or for making gulkans and things like that. So I think now there's a need to address these kind of processes and take them forward towards other fruits, vegetables, and other commodities which have large amount of water in them. For example, chilies, tomatoes, they all have about 92 to 95% of water. But then when we drive that water out, I'm sure that we have not yet analyzed the potential of the water that comes out, because that's just going as a waste. So get it back, analyze it for the ingredients that it might have antioxidants, it might have certain minerals, vitamins that we are losing, and then see if there could be a process to use that water for making certain products. I mean, new product development, that's where I say that industry and academia has to come together on certain issues, and this is one of the things. Second is developing machineries, developing equipment. I mean, if you look at the food processing equipment, we still import about largely about 80 to 85% equipment from Netherlands, Denmark, Germany, Italy, and other countries. We don't have a very strong indigenous base, especially when it comes to lab equipment. In fact, 100% of the equipment are being imported, be it HPLC, GC, LCMS, GCMS, ICPs. So we need to work on these things so that the analysis part becomes much simpler. Third is, I think the molecular sieves that we talk about, their design has to improve, because I've seen the molecular sieves going bad, especially whenever you're going for concentration of a product. Till 95% you can achieve through distillation, then you use the molecular sieves for concentrating it. Suppose you're producing biofuel. Of course, I'm going a little haywire from the main topic. You need these sieves. So these sieves will help even in the filtration process also. And then I was talking to him that, when we're using RO, that lot of, when he talks about the permeate and the retentate, if we can make use of the permeate that is coming through, not only for purposes like irrigation or use them in the toilets, if it can be brought back and used for edible purpose, for potable purposes, that will add a lot of value to the product. Look at the example of Singapore, where the water straight from the toilets is being consumed. So our country also has to do something like this. We need to work together with industry and think where the issues are, identify the research gaps and work on them. And of course, I strongly feel that there should be a process of water metering in the country. We waste so much of water. I've seen people brushing their teeth with the taps on. This is indiscriminate, it's criminal, believe me. So somewhere we have to put a tag, we have to put taxes to ensure that everybody gets water and we start using water in a very efficient way. So these are some of my thoughts. And second thing is like, when talking about the water being used as a disinfectant. For example, when you have this electrolyzed water, technology is age old. It was somewhere, discovered somewhere in 1884 or 1890s. But the industry hasn't really picked it up. We are still going with chlorine, and chlorine, everybody knows, has certain disadvantages. So new technologies have to evolve, they have to be tested, validated pilot scale, and then we take further. So I request the industry to come forward, support us. We will give you all the technical wisdom. We'll work together and try to come out with technologies where we can save water, use the water that is there in a more efficient way, and make this country water positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Oberoi. Just a question. Do you have in your stream here, either, whatever postgrad, undergrad, whatever you do, something on water specifically as a subject, the use of water?
Yeah, we do have courses where we talk about the water management, water use efficiency, recycling of water. So all these, remediations. So all these things are like effluent treatment, sewage treatment, whether the water can be reused for irrigation, for other purposes. It's all being taught to the students. That's part of the curriculum.
Wonderful. Then there is a recommendation I can make.
Sure.
That considering the NIFTEM's premier positioning, just like you're doing certification and labs and all, I think there's a case of water audit, which is there now for corporates, right? I think you should try and develop that expertise within NIFTEM to actually conduct water audit. And of course, there's a quasi-commercial business operation, but so be it. Anybody having the requisite information, knowledge, and expertise should do it actually. That's my recommendation.
Wonderful, Sajjan. We will take it forward. So thank you.
So I don't think we have time for Q&A, so I think it's, I know we have to second panel waiting. But once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. And I'm especially grateful to the co-panelists, and a round of applause for my dear friends here.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we come to the end of session 1. But before we wind up, we would like to felicitate the panel members and our moderator. I would request the moderator to first felicitate all our panel members. So if you could come forward, yeah, thank you. So I request sir to kindly felicitate, please. To kindly felicitate Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, sir, one of the panelists here. Thank you. Sir, kindly also felicitate Shri Ashok Atavase Pralad, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, kindly also felicitate Shri Ravindra Sevak, Country Director, Safe Water Network. Audience, please give a round of applause. I think that's essential. Thank you, sir. Sir, kindly also felicitate Shri Kunal Gupta, sir, Business Head, Production and Procurement, KRBL. We are forgetting the applause. Thank you, sir. And lastly, kindly felicitate Shri Ashok Banerjee, Executive VP, BU Head, Protein Business, Acme Cleantech Solution Private Limited. And lastly, I would request Director NIFTEM, Harinder Oberoi sir, to kindly felicitate the moderator of the session, Shri Rajesh Srivastav, who has... Achha, I'm so sorry. I think we missed one here. Sir, kindly felicitate Shri Ganesh K sir, Chief Sustainability Officer, CSR and Corporate Affairs, Bisleri. Yeah. So I request Oberoi sir to kindly felicitate our moderator, Shri Rajesh Srivastav, Chairman Provis Advisors, who has very nicely conducted the session. Thank you, sir. I request the panel members to step forward for a group photograph. I request the coordinator and rapporteur to kindly join in the picture. Thank you all. Now, without any further delays, while we are relaying the dais, I would just introduce the next session to all of you. Our next session is themed Processed Foods, Enhancing Food Safety and Security. For this session, we have Ms. Inoshi Sharma ma'am, Executive Director, FSSAI, who is going to be the moderator of the session. She has worked as Director, National Health Mission in Haryana, looking after the procurement of drugs and equipment and adolescent health. Her current assignment as Executive Director, FSSAI, involves regulatory compliance, Eat Right India initiative, and extending support to scaling up of fortification across the country. She has an interest in the area of public policy, administration, and social sector. We welcome you here, ma'am. We also welcome Dr. Komal Chauhan, Head Food Science and Technology Department at NIFTEM Kundli, Shri Deshraj Sharma, Head of Food Safety and Quality, Ferrero, India. Dr. Ranjan Mitra, Head Analytical Development, Dabur India Limited. Dr. Annalisa Ziza, Expert in Agri-Food Sector, Embassy of Italy. Dr. Sakshi Bhushan, Lead Innovations, Hindustan Unilever Limited. We welcome all our guests and invite them all to join us here at the dais, please. So this session, in this session, we delve into the idea of how we can ensure food safety and security for a growing and hungry nation through our through this panel discussion. And without taking any further time, I request Inoshi Madam to kindly take over the dais and introduce our panelists and conduct the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and a very good afternoon to everybody.
We've been having some very interesting sessions since morning, and this particular session really talks about, how food, when it is processed, its importance, and how it really helps in the overall ecosystem also. So, when you think about food, what you eat at home is something, is naturally you feel being cooked at the first hand. But a lot of times we don't realize it, that there are so many stages at which it has undergone processing. For instance, if you're having a roti or a chapati, how the wheat was actually made into the flour, it was transported, it has come to a particular retail outlet from where you bought it, you probably made it into a roti and now you're having it. Also, when the wheat was supposed processed, what kind of processing was done? Was it, made into a very fine powder? Was some of the bran left in it? How nutritious it is? And then what is the shelf life of that product? So there are a lot of issues which come up whenever we think about processed food. Another interesting concept about, processed food, which we've been talking about recently, is how it also suppose affects the environment and how sustainable it is. Does it lead to excess of plastic waste? Is there too much of water which is being utilized? And I feel a lot of people are distracted, talking and smiling, and I can hear all of it. So the next person I see talking or giggling is going to come on stage. Madam, you in the yellow shirt. You are the one. Yes, please come on stage. Yeah. Exactly. Come on stage. It's always nice to know that people are enjoying a session, but it's always nice to know when they're enjoying it with you and not amongst themselves. So I'd really request you not to talk, right? And that goes for the rest of you. You don't want to listen to the session, please walk out, but don't make a fuss here. It's very, very rude. And I could see a lot of people distracted. Your institution has come out with this session for you. We wasted our time to come here to talk about something which affects you and us. So please just bear with us for another 20 minutes, okay? It's not going to be a very long session. We've got an extremely interesting session with Dr. Komal Chauhan from NIFTEM, Shri Deshraj Sharma, who's from Ferrara, India, Dr. Ranjan Mitra from Dabur, Dr. Annalisa Zeze, who's from the Embassy of Italy, and Dr. Sakshi Bhushan, who's from HUL. So I'll quickly go through some of the questions, I'd prepared for this particular session, starting with Dr. Komal. Really how processing, food processing really can help in the retention of the nutrients, and also how when we add certain fortificants, they increase or enhance, say, the product, and in fact add on to the nutrients. So maybe you could share something on that.
Very good afternoon to all. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I would like to add, processing is associated with several myths. Whenever we say कि processed foods we want to consume, and when we compare it with the Western world, we see that the diseases are increasing at an alarming rate. So it is not that all processing is bad. There are various steps during processing: primary processing, secondary processing. Primary processing involves the conversion of raw material into the edible food. Then secondary processing involves conversion into the value-added products. So at every point of time, we require the choice of the method that matters. It's not only the method, but the optimization of the conditions, the temperature, the time for which the food is to be processed. That needs to be taken care. And during processing, there are different methods by which we can actually retain the nutrients. Like, for example, thermal degradation is there of the nutrients, especially the vitamins and the water-soluble vitamins. And the pH of the matrix or the environment, that also has an effect, like acidic pH. Some of the nutrients are retained more. On the alkaline pH, they are can be destroyed. So all these things, or the blend of these technologies, have to be taken care during the processing. Not only this, we also need to take care the type of the cooking method. and the like the practices we perform during cooking, like washing, even the like cutting the vegetables into very small pieces can result into losses of the nutrients. So we have to ensure that the maximum nutrients are retained without the loss of nutrients. So we at every step we need to take care. And by adding these micronutrients through fortification, it is a long, like we have been practicing this technique long back. Our ancestors have been doing by supplementing one or the other food groups together. But now, since we are not able to combat malnutrition or there is a hidden hunger, so what we are doing is we are fortifying the micronutrients to the different staples so that it can reach masses and we are able to combat malnutrition. Thank you.
Okay, my next question is to Mr. Deshraj Sharma. If you could, share with us some of the latest trends with respect to, say, food safety and best practices that have been adopted.
Thank you, Anushi, madam. First, I would like to say how the food safety is important. Quickly, I will tell you, in US, this is a report from Center for Disease Control. In US, it is a developed country and you can imagine the impact. 500,000 people every year getting, impacted by foodborne disease. And more 3,000 to 4,000 people are dying because of foodborne disease. So food safety is immensely important, and it is equally important for the food industry because it is having a very big financial impact, and also it is also important for the consumer, of course, because they are the end consumer. So industry is advancing very well in this aspect, and I would say the major shift in food safety nowadays is it is more on preventive. It is not the control. It's preventive, predicting, preventing, and improving. So it's a continuous process. And another important aspect when we talk about industry is the end-to-end food safety. You cannot ensure food safety just in the processing. So these are two important elements. I will quickly come to the advances in the food safety. Post-COVID, there's a digitalization is playing an important role, and where that smart sensors playing important role in supply chain, ensuring temperature compliances, even the processing, and also the analytics. You need not to, every time you need not to go and check. You will collect the data and improve the processes using the data. So analytics is also important, playing an important role. Apart from that, see, madam, that food safety nowadays is also, the trends are also changing, like in terms of risk is also changing. Earlier we used to hear physical, microbiological, and chemical risk. Now, due to advances in the technology, detection technology, and also advances to see the other elements of risk into the health and their health impact, there are recent advances. You can see allergen is becoming a major one. You already know the pathogens are the biggest one, which is causing all the food related problems. And allergens, I already told you. After that, there are also contaminants, natural occurring contaminants, which comes from the post-harvest, problems, so there are many things. As far as technology is concerned, processing in processing technology, we put high emphasis on preventive controls, because you cannot check each and every pack of the consumer until unless you put a preventive controls at the raw material level, at the supplier level, and at the factory level. You cannot ensure a safe food to your consumers. So industry is putting a lot of emphasis. Now you can hear the X-ray. to detect foreign bodies, not only metallic foreign bodies, there are also plastic and other metal hard bodies you can detect with the X-ray, and there's a wide application coming in the food industry using X-rays. Also, metal detectors can detect even the ferrous and non-ferrous to 0.7 mm sensitivity, which you cannot see with the naked eyes. So advances are going very fast, and these are going because of consumers are aware, consumers are demanding, and also companies are realizing food safety is the basis of their survival. Without that, it is a basic requirement. It's not a add-on kind of thing is not there. It is a basic requirement for the food industry. So these are the few things where I want to highlight.
Okay, thank you so much. And moving on to Dr. Zeza, I just wanted to understand, what, say, food safety, techniques or methodologies, or what is really taken care of, say, in Italy. And then if you could also share, how it's ensured when, the exports are made to India, because we have a lot of trade between Italy and India.
Yes, well, thank you first of all for the invitation and to this conference. I have to start to say that the Italian agricultural food sector is quite an important one. Everyone knows Italy for its food. In terms of size, it's the third in Europe, together with France and Germany, and has a specialization on food processing. We are a small country, 50 million inhabitants, but with a very strong food processing industry that is known for excellence, diversification, identity, healthiness, and quality. And the industry has to see what consumer demand on. And now, especially in developed country, consumers do not ask only to satisfy the calorie needs. They want, of course, safe food. That means authorized ingredients, absence of contaminants, hygiene requirements, but they want also food that is produced in a sustainable way. And the world is very much complicated. We have here Ferrero. Ferrero buys cocoa from Africa, buys milk for other countries, it buys nuts from Turkey or other countries. So how do you control this very complicated supply chain? This means to have a very good control, very good standards, and also what is at the basis of our safety and sustainability system is to have a partnership between the private and the public sector. As it has been said, the private sector has to do its role, has to have in place procedure to control, to do the analysis, to prevent the risk. And we have mandatory HAP requirements, and the public sector makes control that this system are in place. But the ultimate responsibility is upon the private industries that invest a lot on safety. We calculate that 22% of the workforce is engaged in safety and quality controls. Plus, we are well known for GIs. We have 800 GIs, and that is another thing, because very often, Parmesan, prosciutto di Parma, but there is also very small niche products that are linked to the territory. There are prescriptions how these things has to be produced. People pay more to have this product, so they have to buy what they think they are buying. And so the Ministry of Agriculture is also involved in this kind of controls, and that's also is true for the organic. That is very important. We are the first producer of organic product in Europe. And we know that organic regulation doesn't mean the same thing to everybody. So there is a role for the public sector also to protect consumers with this regard. And going back to your question on India, sometimes when we talk about standards, we think that they are protectionist. Sometimes we say the developed countries have this standard because they want to protect their agriculture, their food industry. But let's see what happened between the EU and Italy and India. Before, since a few years ago, there were many products that were stopped at the border because aflatoxin or other kind of contaminants. Now, 100% of the product is entering without any problem because FSSI has already managed to have delivered the products that comply with the standards. So this is very important. And what is important, and so I'm very glad to sit here near Mrs. Inoshi, that we already know each other, is that the technical services of the countries collaborate, cooperate, because this goes beyond regulation. Sometimes, well, we see many trade problems all around the world on food issues, and it takes years, decades to solve them. But when the technical services of both countries cooperate, this thing goes very, very smoothly. It's much easier to solve issues. And I will be very happy to answer to any other question.
No, thank you so much. That's a very nice, insight into processed food and the importance in trade. Moving on to Dr. Ranjan Mitra, what I also wanted to ask was, processed food necessarily, we all believe increases the shelf life. But, how is the stability of a product ensured in the entire supply chain? And then when we talk about a shelf life, how is it ensured that, in the entire shelf life also it's maintained? Maybe you could share that with us.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for this invite. And it's absolutely a pleasure and honor to be part of this August gathering. So I'll directly go to the question regarding the shelf life. See, shelf life is one of the most important part of the entire product development process. So once you are doing a product development, you keep in target the shelf life that that product needs to be safe for. And also that will depend on the region that you are developing the product for. Are you developing it for India? Are you developing for anywhere in the world? Because the climatic condition and the storage conditions around the world are different. And so the product needs to be stable to the condition that you are intending your product to be stable for. Now what happens is that this needs to be not an afterthought that, okay, I have made a product, is it now stable? It cannot be an afterthought. So it has to be in the design of the product itself. So you have to have a DOE on that, and that has to be part of the product development process. Now once you know that your product contains a lot of nutrients, so there will be nutrients like vitamins, there will be nutrients like minerals, there will be nutrients like carbohydrates, proteins, fats, and all of them. And now they will be undergoing processing also. So there will be a process loss. Every process will have a loss. We need to know that. And again, as Dr. Komal said, different processes have different losses. So we need to be cognizant about which processes give what type of losses. And then we need to actually do a calculation and see that, okay, if this is the loss, then how can I compensate the loss for the your processing? Now it comes to the stability throughout the shelf life. For example, if you have a shelf life of say 12 months, then you need to understand that at the end of the 12th month, you have to have the values of your nutrient, at least the what you have promised to the customer. So at the back of the pack, there is a label, and the label contains the quantity. Now your product, you cannot say that I will add 100% overages for this and then still be okay with it, because what will happen is that there is always a toxicity limit of any of the nutrients. So nutrients within a limit is great. Nutrient which is above a limit can be toxic. And nutrients which is lower than that level does not give the customer what they're paying for. So there's a very thin, fine line that you need to really walk, and that fine line can only be done once you are knowing about the product, the processes, and the conditions. Second very important thing, as I would also like to touch upon, is, as Dr. Kumal said, there are a lot of myths about the product, saying that processed food is bad, all fats are bad, you can't get protein, enough protein if you're a vegetarian, and so many other things like that. These myths are there. And so busting these myths is very important, because once you do not burst this myth, they actually tend to grow. And then once they tend to grow in this world of digitalization, they become a wildfire. And the wildfire spreads so quickly that even the scientific truth gets hidden under them. So what we need to do is this, all these mythbusters and all of these sort of initiatives should be done. And of course, University Ma'am is here, and FSSAI support, we should be doing that, so that we educate the people what is the right thing. Processed foods are great. Without them, we cannot really work on, again, processing need to be done in a certain way. Again, the other thing is also very important is that a lot of people, when you assess a stability of a product, you need to use stability indicating methodologies. Each and every methodology does not qualify as a methodology to be used for stability. So this knowledge of analytical has to be ingrained inside any quality person, and that is how you will be able to ensure that the product is safe. And for that, places like NIFTEM and all the other places which has a lot of repute with them, I would really encourage and really request them to set up conferences and actually hands-on training. Conferences are great to talk about, to exchange ideas and other things, but hands-on trainings are very important. And until unless your hands-on training and your quality person who are the guardians of this, your quality is trained to that level, then the entire talk is of no use. We need to walk that talk. And so that is another thing that I really like to do, is training of quality persons, so that each and everyone understands the same thing and they speak about the same language. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Now, Ms. Sakshi Bhushan, from what we've just heard, in fact, a continuation to it, when we talk about processed food and how it actually, also helps us in terms of food security. Now, when we think about the entire supply chain and, food security, at the end of the supply chain, a lot of times products also, sort of are nearing expiry date, or, the shelf life is really less. And then what is it that we can really think of an optimum way in which that food can also be utilized for food security in terms of, food donations to prevent, say, food wastage?
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you so much to the organizers for having me over and being part of this August gathering. One important thing is that when we talk about food and nutrition security, we have to remember two things. It actually relies heavily on adequate supply as well as adequate consumption. And consumption of both safe and nutritious, both fresh and processed foods. And food processing industry definitely has a role to play in both food and nutrition security, because almost all foods that we come across, food and beverages, they need some kind of processing, whether to make it edible or safe, or more importantly to retain their nutrient content. Now, going back to your question, which is around food nutrition and food security of the final products. Again, what is very important, and I being a nutritionist by training, I firmly believe that the nutrition content of the product is the key. The frequency of the consumption, the amount that you consume, that's the key over the level of processing that happens. Being also an innovation scientist, when I'm designing my products, I keep in mind that I'm designing these products for a particular population. So whether it is for donations or it is for a particular population that has a specific need, we are continuously striving to make our products, improving our products, particularly in line with the FSSAI Eat Right programs, which is around reducing the level of salt and sugar and saturated fat and trans fats, and also increasing the level of positive nutrients, which is cereals and whole grains and fiber and protein. And when I'm saying this, this is not just an intent. At Unilever, we are continuously tracking and monitoring our progress also against this one by having some internal standards and commitments. And as of now, as of year 2023 January, we have a new commitment where 85% of our food and beverage products and the servings that we have of these products should be compliant to our internal standards, wherein we have a very strict cap on nutrients to concern of concern. At the same time, positive nutrients need to be increased by 2028. So that's more on the nutrition security part. To your other question on food loss, food waste and food loss. Again, what I'll say is that it's no one's intention really to waste food, but I guess our food systems and supply chains are pretty complex. And what happens is that, again, because I design products, I am very strongly looking at the kind of material choice. We are looking at the product design very, very strictly, so that right at the source, we are able to reduce food waste. At the factory level, we are also taking use of technology. So in terms of machine learning, we are trying to first understand and identify what waste is really, because until you see the problem, you're not going to solve for it. So first is to identify the level of food waste that is happening. And then obviously, there are dedicated teams, and we collect a lot of real-time evidence to really see how we can improve our processes and operations to minimize this loss. So I'll say it's a combination of technology and teamwork that we are using to reduce our food waste. And again, there's an internal commitment that the company has taken to halve its food waste by 2025. And the baseline is 2019 that we are taking. The other thing is, when you look at our food portfolio, we are working with a lot of commodities. So when it comes to tea, coffee, cereals, when it comes to dairy, we are actually buying a lot of bulk that we are using is basically sustainable and incorporating a lot of regenerative agricultural processes. So we are working with thousands of farmers across to bring in best regenerative practices so that we have a better yield, as well as a transparent supply chain, which is sort of a win-win for both the company, because that helps us improve our, to create more capacity for future growth. At the same time, it's also a positive social impact on the farmers. The morning session was more about the water conservation, and I also firmly believe that there is no food without water. And Unilever, we have a separate Unilever, Hindustan Unilever Foundation, which is actually doing a lot of work with water-stressed communities across India to again help them with better practices and to conserve water. So these were a few points I just wanted to land.
Thank you so much. I had one more question for you. You know, when we, for instance, talk about processed food and the food safety, and sometimes there are issues, for instance, with a particular product or with processed food, then, for instance, in Italy, what kind of recall mechanisms do you have in place for that product to be recalled in case, it is found to be unsafe?
What is at the heart of the recall system is the traceability, information technologies. These have been developed starting from some very severe crises that we had in Europe. The first one was the BSE, the cow, it was the crazy cow crisis in the UK, and then we have a methanol problem, so poisoning from incorrect practices in the wine sector in Italy. Starting from that, traceability has become mandatory in the industry and in the whole food chain. So by this way, you can first know where the problem is. This allows you to retire from the market the batch and not without closing. If there is not, if it's accidental and not there is a real fraud, you do not need to close an industry factory, but you can recall that the batch that has a specific problem. So traceability is very important. It's very important when industry is integrated vertically. If you think about eggs, the egg industry, there are different stages that are happen in different places, in different locations, and so that is one of the best example where this chain works. And what I would like to say also to the students, really look at your CV to the information technology, the IT in the food sector. If we, Internet of Things, blockchain, it will be increased sensors, more and more important, because they will, they cannot be changed. I missed the word. Well, you cannot cheat on that. And they make transparent the process. They allow maximum efficiency, and they provide directly the information also to the consumer, both to the regulators and the consumers. So I think that is where the industry is at the moment investing the most.
Thank you so much. This is just a question which is open to any of you can answer it. Currently we also find a lot of food frauds, for instance, products which are being made using the same brand, but the names are sometimes tweaked. And that also poses a lot of threat in terms of the food safety, because obviously it's a duplicate product. We don't know where it has been made. It looks very similar to a very famous, known, trusted brand product. So how is it that, what kind of a coping mechanism do you think you have, or how is it that it can really be checked?
So this is a big problem for the bigger brands, because only the bigger brands are being copied. Detection is, you can identify, each company has a capability and should have a capability to identify its own product. And their methods, analytical methods, as well as they're always, copying. You can copy something, but you will miss something. So there are different indicators on the artwork, the ink, and the inkjet printing, lot of things it can be. But the company can only identify this, not consumer. So this is the biggest challenge. Consumer will still believe like this is the original product, and this is a bigger risk. And many times we have seen, like, these manufacturers are having even the FSSAI license on those, right? So this is something, a kind of emerging risk, and the industry together need to find a solution. So far, I think a lot of blockchain and lot of things coming, but I think it is far from finding a real solution at the moment.
I wanted to add on this, because one particular aspect that we have a word for that is Italian sounding. And it's something that we fight very much. Italian sounding is when you buy something thinking that is Italian, that sounds in the name that is Italian, and it is not. And that's a fraud, because you are paying for something that is not what you want to buy. And so the approach that our Ministry of Agriculture had in the last 2 years was to have memorandum of understanding with the main e-commerce platform like Alibaba, eBay, Amazon, so that they help in making these controls, and then they take off from their offer this product. We have valued in billions of euros the damage that we have from the counterfaction. And in Europe, we are of course, protected by the regulation, but when we go out of Europe, if there is not an agreement, a trade agreement, we are not protected. Now there is this trade agreement that is negotiating in these days between EU and India. GI is a very important chapter for that. Also, it will be important for India to protect their tea, for example, or their textile, and it will be very important. If I go now in a supermarket here, I found a lot of Parmesan that doesn't come from Italy and has nothing to do with our product.
I would like to add one more point, if I can. It's very true that just by looking at a thing, we will not be able to maybe find out whether it's wrong and right. And all this adulteration, really, they thrive on the fact that they know what we are looking for. Because regulations or quality or everything is looking for something which is a mark of authenticity. That's what we think of. Until we look at things they know we are looking for, we'll never be able to find them, because they have already taken care of those things that we are looking for. So the trick of doing that, and that's what any developed country is doing, is that we may not be able to catch them by just looking at it. We have to go an untargeted way. That means we have to look for things which they are not looking for, and we are also not looking for to begin with. So what we have to do is the untargeted analysis we have to do to look at the product in a very holistic way. And once we have found out the things that they don't know that we are looking for, and we have established that they are the fraud, we need to take legal and corrective actions against them, and those actions will actually deter those things. So the actions will be severe, but to even initiate that action, we need to really know that we have to look for things which they are not looking for. Though it counts round and round, but that's what we have to do.
So thank you so much. I think we've had a very interesting session where we've talked about food and how the processing, the entire processing in the supply chain really helps out in the shelf life of the product, and how safety is ensured, how it can be made healthy, and like you rightly mentioned, it is also sustainable. And of course, towards the end, we've talked about how food wastage can be sort of prevented by ways how we can actually start reformulating our products so that they become more healthy, how we can ensure food recall mechanisms are there so that the interest of the consumers are there. And lastly, of course, a very important point which came out with respect to food fraud was how this particular parallel industry, which is sort of growing, needs to be nipped in the bud so that the trust of the consumers is maintained, and the role of IT and how technology can actually help us in this. So once again, I would like to thank all of you for this interesting and well-formed discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and the panel members. It was indeed a very intriguing session. So I thank everyone for their valuable time and advice on how the processed food industry can be leveraged to fuel the needs of our ambitious and aspiring nation. I am certain that you've provided a lot of food for thought for all the people present here. So it is, before we wrap up the session, it's my earnest duty and request to Ms. Anoshi Sharma to felicitate the panel members. I would request the team to bring forward the mementos as a token of gratitude. So, ma'am, if you could come forward, we'd like to felicitate the panel members. I call forward Dr. Komal Chauhan. I request everyone to applause, please, with a lot of josh. Thank you. Ma'am, kindly also offer the memento to Shri Deshraj Sharma. I call upon Dr. Ranjan Mitra. I call upon Dr. Annalisa Zeza. I request Dr. Sakshi Bhushan to come forward, please. I request Dr. Harinder Oberoi sir to please felicitate the moderator, Ms. Anushi Sharma. I request everyone, all the panel members to join forward for a group photograph. I also request the coordinator of the session, Dr. Rakhi Singh, and co-coordinator Dr. Prarabh to join on the dais for the group photography. Thank you all. We really appreciate the patient listening of the audience and appreciate the panelists for their really interesting discussions here. I'm sure it's a lot of learning for our students. In everything, we have a learning hidden. So irrespective of whether it was from your coursework or not, I'm sure all of you are gaining new insights into the very important area on this important day. So while we are laying down the tables for the final session, I would like to introduce you the next session. So the final session of the day is where we envision food in terms of Vision 2047, the $1.5 trillion contribution of India's food processing sector. While food and beverages is a matured industry in India, food processing is a sunrise sector in the country, and there is a scope for massive value addition to this sector with the right mix of policy initiatives and private sector investments. To discuss this notion in greater detail, we have our distinguished panelists today. I call on Sri Rajiv Ranjan, CEO Connaught Plaza Restaurants, which is popularly known as McDonald's India. Sri Deepak Agarwal ji, founder and CEO Zenith Drinks Private Limited, Auric. Sri Indraneel Chitale, managing partner Chitale Bandhu Mithaiwale. Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay, Professor NIFTEM-K. Ms. Manisha Chaudhary, founder Plantwise. Sri Deepak Jolly, Indian Food and Beverage Association. I request all the panel members to kindly take the stage. Yes. And I missed to call upon our moderator for this afternoon, Ms. Ratna Bhushan from Economic Times, who will be moderating this session. We welcome you, ma'am. I request everyone to give a huge round of applause. We indeed are fortunate to have, a panel which is enriched in terms of all arenas, which could actually give us the vision 2047 for this trillion-dollar industry. So without taking any further time, I request all the panel members and the moderator to be seated, please. I request Dr. Anupama Pangal, Associate Professor in Food Business Management Department, NIFTEM, to introduce our moderator.
Good afternoon all, and I welcome all the guests here. So as this theme for this session is Vision 2047, to have $1.5 trillion contribution to India's food processing sector. So basically, the major aspects we'll be discussing in this session would be that how this particular theme itself promises that there is a lot of scope for industry innovations in food processing sector. Also, this sector can be leveraged towards reducing the food waste and providing access to nutrition to everyone, and plus enriching the food with micronutrients through food fortification. So with this idea, I welcome you all, and I just wish to introduce the moderator for the session, Ms. Ratna Bhushan. She is Senior Editor with Economic Times. She has a knack for news and a great flair for writing, and she has studied economics and mass communication, and at the same time she has an extensive portfolio of well-researched, accurate, balanced and breaking news and trends across the platforms, including print and digital media. We welcome you, ma'am, on the stage. And now I request you, ma'am, to take forward the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor and pleasure to host this August gathering today and to moderate with some really well-known speakers on the panel. I've known some of them closely, and some I'm very happy to know today. We are here to discuss and dwell on what is India's most dynamic and high potential industry, which is the processed foods industry. It is a sector which touches each of us, every one of us as consumers, whether we are manufacturers, whether we are startups. It is absolutely defining the entire ecosystem. At the recently concluded G20, we all saw how food stole the show, and I'm talking as a journalist. The number of news stories we wrote on millets was really fabulous. So, this shows how much potential India has as in the food processing sector, whether it comes to production, consumption, manufacturing, or exports. Food processing is a major contributor to the GDP, as we all know. It is crucial to the GDP. It is also a huge source of income for lakhs of people. And being a journalist on the lighter side, I need to add, it is also a big source of news stories for us. Like Deepak and Rajiv will know, I keep calling them for information, and so do a lot of my colleagues. So this is a vibrant, dynamic sector, and we are here to dwell on the potential, the massive potential this sector holds, how India can be fast-tracked on the global center stage when it comes to food processing, and the further fillip and boost that is required from the government on fast-tracking this sector. So I'd like to start straight away. I'd like to start with Rajiv Ranjan. He needs no introduction. He's been with the industry in diverse F&B roles for over 20 years. Now he's leading a brand that all of us absolutely know and resonate with. He's leading McDonald's. I've always spoken to Rajiv or interacted with him in the past on the consumer-facing side of McDonald's. But there is a lot that goes behind the scenes. So to begin with, I'd like Rajiv to throw light on how the F&B sector can help in Vision 2047 and what it can do to take forward this vision as a consolidated in a consolidated way.
Thanks, Ratna. Thank you, Deepak, and thanks, NIFTEM, for this opportunity to be a part of this August group. The way I see it is that today, $1.5 trillion economy is more a supply issue than a demand issue. Often in businesses, we talk about the challenge of demand, which means that there is not enough demand, how to create the demand. Fortunately, in this case, the way I see it is that it is not a demand issue. Reason being, if you see in today's consumer, we are of course the most populous country in the world. Food is the single largest consumption component in the private consumption bucket, about 45-49% plus. Income class is growing and ambitions are growing for our people. Hence, there is a lot of propensity for our population to consume foods which are aspirational. Today, a packaged food is seen as an alternative to a home cooked food. There's a lot of premium that all of us put towards convenience, towards hygiene, towards value of time, and hence the processed food. So when you look at overall situation, there is a demand waiting. There is consumer waiting to get the product if it's available. So it's not a demand issue. Let's see the supply side of the equation. We as a country are blessed with about 52% plus of our land is cultivable land, which is probably 5 times what is the world average is. So that's a big plus for us on the supply side. We have about 26 of the 46 types of soil type that there in the world, different soil types. So again, we are pretty well diverse there. We have 15 of the world's best climate for cultivation available here in India, from the peaks of snow-capped mountain to rain surplus areas. So if you look at all that space, we are really blessed to have a situation wherein all the things that we as human being cannot control is given to us. So that's another positive side. However, the challenge lies between the two. So while there is land, while there is good amount of demand, there is good amount of sunshine, there is a good amount of X number of longer days in the full year. What we produce, the yield of the production is quite low and challenging. Our yields are about 50-60% of what it should be, what it can be, and probably a significant lower compared to what the world's best is. So that's one big challenge that I see. How to improve yield is one challenge that I see. Second part is that once the produce is made, how do you make sure there is no wastage? Today about 30-40% of food gets wasted in the supply chain after harvesting till it goes to the consumption state. So second challenge that I see is that where there is a lot of wastage which is happening across the value chain, and regions are galore, and we can talk about it down as we go along. And third is that given that we have good produce and the challenge around is, can we brand ourselves as a country on some select sort of produce where we say that this is something which is India makes the best, and hence India can be a source of export to make sure that A, there is no wastage, and B, there is a good amount of processing done, and that product goes as India branded product in some select categories to the markets like Southeast Asia or Middle East and Northeast America. So those are to my mind, are 3 broad buckets where if we can do our act right, and there of course there's a big role to played by government, there's a big role to played by public-private partnerships, there's a big role to played by intermediaries in between, and the big role to played by technology. So the way I see it, these are 3-4 years where if we put our act together, don't see any reason why we can't achieve $1.5 trillion economy.
Correct. And Rajiv, one thing that you said, that there are challenges, but if we put our act together, we can, really overcome all of these and fast track. So I want to ask you, as a consolidated sector, what are the key 3 things that you are doing as a sector to fast track, this growth? Yeah, to fast track growth in this sector.
Thanks. So the first area, I'll just go the 3 verticals, right? First part is that the challenge of what do we need to do to make sure that our yield is good. So getting into seed, a high quality, high yield, pest resistant seed is, to my mind, one of the significant parameters that goes into in terms of making sure that yield improves. We have done some amount of work in the space of potatoes, some work in the space of lettuce, and it has given us handsome gains. Lettuce was not known to India when McDonald's came. and today lettuce is a fresh produce is used quite widely. So the power of making, or the amount of scientific mind that go into making sure that we are focused on getting a high quality, pest resistant, high yield seeds is one area. Second is that once the seed is there, the process of making sure that there is a structured method by which we know what are the controllable parameters that we decide and that the particular crop needs at different time interventions, so that the journey from the seed till the final produce is really the way it should be, is something that is very, very programmable. Except if you look out the temperature, and if you look out the humidity, and you take out the factors are not in our control, can I make sure that this seed requires irrigation in after how many days? Can I make sure the soil conditions, soil testing is right enough, and soil testing is done at a more frequent level to know that what nutrient is there and what is supposed to be fortified in. So if you look at that step-by-step process, can we make this whole journey from seed to this end a little bit more, I would say, process-centered, predictable, input-led, and hence output-controlled? I think we have done exactly the same in some areas, which is relevant for our business. But my read is that this is something which is definitely doable. Of course, we can't control humidity, we can't control temperature. Few things are beyond us. But we can definitely forecast a smart way by which we can forecast the weather and give that micro weather conditions, let's say a 5 square kilometer radius, if you can give a weather prediction to the farmer that, okay, this area, this is the temperature, humidity, wind flow, let's say, rain, precipitation is going to be like this. And there, of course, government comes into the picture. There has to be a method to forecast that. World has done it. I'm sure India can do too, given the latest ISRO example. So it's possible. So if you do that, to my mind, this issue of yield being lower can be very, very well addressed. And we have done that in some part.
Okay, very, very interesting, Rajiv. On that note, there's a lot of focus on innovation in sustainable, solutions. And that brings me to startups, which is absolutely the buzzword in the Indian economy today. We talk about the startup winter, but that is more on paper. We see a lot of young startups, and so I'd like to introduce Deepak Agarwal. He is the founder and CEO of Zenith Drinks, which makes Auric, a brand that a lot of us know about. It's a beauty and wellness food brand. And he is not only, spearheading startups, but also in the, he has the spotlight on a sector which is has huge growth potential, which is Ayurveda. Deepak has also been with HUL for a long time, and he has a decade plus experience. So Deepak, I'd like to start with you. You're a startup in this space. What is your journey been like in the startup space, and what potential do you see? And what are the challenges that a food startup faces in India today?
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you NIFTEM for hosting us, and thank you so much the entire fraternity at IFPA for inviting me here. As a startup entrepreneur, I believe that the food consumption story is nothing but exciting. And to all the students who are sitting here, I really want to encourage all of you that the next decade is going to be a decade for food entrepreneurs. So if you're already studying food, if you already love food, then probably it's time to create food, is something that I would encourage all of you. Now to answer the question from Ms. Bhushan, the challenges as a startup entrepreneur starts first from the demand generation, which I call it as the need space. And if we are able to identify the right consumer insight, we are able to lead the path of innovation on its own. Like I always try to say that the food consumption story in India is built on few pillars. The first pillar is the population. That's something that we can't control. More people, more stomachs to feed, and hence more food. The second one is the per capita consumption. How much are we able to upgrade the lifestyle of a consumer so that he buys more? Today, he might be buying a flour and converting it into a roti himself or herself. But tomorrow, can he buy the roti itself? And that is where the innovation comes. That can you make a packaged roti which tastes as good as your home cooked roti, as simple as that. Then the third thing comes, can you transform from an unpackaged industry to a packaged industry, which is what White Revolution did to milk. That earlier we used to buy milk in open bowls, and then we started buying packaged. So that's where the packaging technology and the packaging innovation comes. And then the fourth part is unbranded to branded, which is why today when you call your confectionery shop or you call your ration wala, आप अगर उससे ये बोलते हैं कि भैया मुझे आप ये दे दीजिए, आप ब्रांड का नाम नहीं लेते. That itself means that that category is still not led by a brand. And that's where the marketing innovation comes. And as an entrepreneur, you need to think which of these four pillars is your strength and which of these four pillars you can target first. Whether it's on the packaging side, whether it's on the product side, or whether it's on the branding and marketing side, which is exactly where as an entrepreneur the struggles are to identify the consumer need and hence create the demand.
Okay, very important points raised by you, Deepak. We talked about supply chains, we talked about scale and innovation. What about sustainability, waste reduction, and responsible sourcing? Those are sort of, key cornerstones for any company to succeed, and more so for startups because you are starting up, right? Can you just throw some light on this?
Absolutely. In fact, in the first panel, I just learned that it takes 16,000 liters of water to create chocolate, 1 kg of chocolate. And I was just wondering why no one has created a chocolate which is going to consume less water, or a chocolate that is being marketed on the front of saving water. That's again a marketing innovation. But that's what startups are best at doing, that. Create sustainable products, which is where there is a market. There is a premium market in India who understands the environmental and social impact of their consumption, and these population are the ones who are driving the growth. And hence a sustainability brought into the picture of consumption story is a sure short way of creating a premiumized story, is what I believe. And hence on the demand side this can be done. On the supply side, I think there are a few challenges that as a startup you face. You cannot change everything as a startup yourself. You can aspire to change it, but on the ground level, you may not be able to change it. So therefore, from that perspective, if you want to hypothetically not use a plastic and you start going towards eco-friendly choices of packaging, or you start using recyclable water, you may not be able to solve it because you're operating at a small scale, and there are smaller number of people in the ecosystem who are supporting you because of your small quantities. Which is where I think on a supply side, the challenges are there in terms of how startup can be more ESG friendly. But I think on the demand side, startups have done really well, both in India as well as outside India, to create growth stories based on sustainability.
Absolutely. And on that note, I'd like to bring in Manisha Chaudhary, our next guest. Manisha has been very enthusiastic about creating food that is tasty, at the same time healthy and sustainable, which is the key word. So from a large sector, which is Ayurveda, from one of the biggest sectors, Ayurveda, to one of the sectors which has a very high potential, which is meat alternatives and plant-based products. So Manisha, she heads Plantwise. Can you tell us a little about your, your company? Because it is very high potential. Can you tell our listeners a little about this, and then, what it has taken for you, and why did you start this, and what potential do you see for this sector, not just for your company, but for this sector in the India food processing story?
Right. Thank you, Ratna. And it is my honor and privilege to be part of this, share the dais with such eminent people from the industry. I'll just introduce my brand. It is Plantwise. It's a brand of dairy alternatives. And to answer Ratna's question, what motivated me to, start this business or come into this, and actually just briefly about myself, I'm also not from the food processing or the food and beverages industry itself. I used to have a corporate job, and I'm actually from the IT industry. And but what motivated me to have an absolute 180-degree turn and do something different is also food security, and cater to something that is the the demand of the time. which is to create food that is sustainable and which is good for our health and good for the planet. So plant-wise was, born out of that idea that, if processed food does not have to mean unhealthy food, cheese does not have to be necessarily full of fats and cholesterol. And like we just in the first session in the presentation that was showcased here, we came to know how resource-intensive dairy and dairy products are. To answer or provide a solution to that problem, we came up with plant-based alternatives. So cheese consumption is growing in India, and I think at a current CAGR of 13%, I think. So by 2025, cheese consumption in India would have almost doubled by then. So if you are trying to move towards sustainability goals and align ourselves with sustainability goals, it is very important to move away from the way we are consuming cheese currently and move to more sustainable and healthier alternatives. So that is a little bit about my company and my journey. Also, if we are talking about Vision 2047 and how we can contribute to the 1.5 trillion contribution of India's food processing sector, we cannot undermine the contribution of the plant-based food industry. And the catalyst to this are the startups, early startups, mid-stage startups. So that is briefly how I can answer your question, Ratna.
Thank you, Manisha. On that note, I'd like to bring in Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay. He's a professor of food science and technology and dean at NIFTEM. It's my pleasure to, it's our pleasure and honor to have you with us.
Thank you. It's an honor to me as well.
He has nearly 3 decades of experience in teaching and research and academic administration. So, Dr. Upadhyay, we've heard from a large packaged foods company. We've heard from a company which is into Ayurveda, which is one of the biggest sectors. We've heard from a sector which has very high growth potential, which is plant-wise, which Manisha is doing. I want to start by asking you, there are a lot of innovations that have been happening in recent times in the food processing sector. What role do you see of startups and MSMEs in this sector?
Thank you. It's an interesting question, and the young generation here, that's also a motivational thing, that what startups can do is something like, we know some of the brands. We know that what Soulful has done. We know that what Yoga Bar has done. They have been taken over. Means what multinational cannot do, that is the reach of the startups, one thing. So what is that? That is catching the niche. Catching the niche and then populating that, or making it popularized. Then they have to strategize that what way they can have the larger base for the turnover part of it. So this is one thing which is clearly seen since that the startup era has been there in the country. And second thing, the startups are there which are technology driven. So there is a component of innovation. So that component comes like innovation. Like there is one thing which I just will quote here, the technology which we did and our researchers did. Haldi latte that turmeric latte is very popular product, and different outlets are making it available. So what is in turmeric, what is in haldi, looking the science of it, can that the same haldi which we are making available, this is a thought which startup takes, that what niche I can offer more bioavailability of my turmeric. So directly addressing that the quantity which the active compound which turmeric may carry. So we have developed, we have patented also now looking for the transfer of this technology, that haldi is not just as haldi, not as turmeric, but as curcumin. So probably these are some clues which startups should take. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Upadhyay. I'd also like to ask you another question related to this. the food processing sector, as we know, is a key contributor to the GDP today. There are a lot of evolving consumer preferences and industry trends. We've talked about, like Rajiv said, there's a consumer out there, the demand is there. Probably there are challenges on the supply side. The government has done its bit, but as a representative of NIFTEM, what would your suggestion be if you had to give us a roadmap on what can be done?
Member also. So that is one area on the waterfront. Our philosophy is reduce, reuse, recycle. So wherever you can reduce consumption, reduce. And there we spend a lot of money. Our supply partners with whom we work very closely, who gives us patties, who gives us, for example, buns, or who gives us other ingredients that go into assembly of burger, they have very, very strong technology that we employ to achieve this reduce, reuse, recycle as a philosophy. Coming to paper, we also work, for example, coffee that we source is Rainforest Alliance certified, which means that the processes which are used by the coffee grower is making sure that the land is sustainable, there is no loss of nutrient to the land is fertile enough, and there is enough growth that is possible in terms of yield, in terms of productivity, in terms of farmer income. So all those aspects are taken care of, and only then the product can be called a Rainforest Alliance certified. The paper that we use is Forest Stewardship Council certified, which makes sure that there is no loss to the forest before that paper is produced. 100% of the product that goes into is recycled. So there are that's another area that where we do good amount of work on. Energy that goes into the factory is being made sure that we are doing all renewable energy form, be it solar, be it wind, be it some other renewable sources is being used to make sure that we are taking care of on that aspect. So there's a very high amount of focus and intent desire to make sure that we have to make sure that we are not doing any harm to the environment in any way. Even if it means a cost to the business is absolutely fine. We have to make sure that we are good to the environment. We are doing more than our bit to sort of make sure the environment is not being damaged. That's on the sustainability piece.
Very, very interesting there, Rajiv. I'd like to bring back Deepak here. Can you share some insights into entering new markets and diversifying your product offerings? For example, companies are also leveraging automation, there's data analytics. So where does all of this find space in your sort of scheme of things, and not only for your company, but your sector?
So we are a health and nutrition company, and when we are selling a lot of our products online, we use social media intelligence. When I say social media intelligence, we look at the large billions of keyword data on Google and Amazon to understand what people are searching for and what people are buying. And that helps us give insights on what are the new consumer insights, what are the new things that people are searching for. So that's the first thing that we look at. The second thing that we look at is we go to large number of reviews that these products or ancillary products have had on the social media. There we are able to understand what people are liking about the product, what people are not liking about the product. So that's the second step that we generally follow. And these two things are hugely dependent on data. The third thing is now converting that data, converting that science into art is where we need to understand that what that data is speaking is one thing, but what that data can be made to speak is another thing. For example, when we introduced A2 ghee about 18 months back, at that moment, what we understood from people around us that people did not have any understanding of A2 ghee. People would always ask that what is A2 ghee? Is it natural ghee? Is it organic ghee? What people did not know that A2 ghee comes from A2 milk, and A2 milk is coming from a specific breed of cow. So we had to understand from the consumer that they don't know anything about A2 ghee. So therefore, educating them about A2 ghee is not something that as a startup I can do. It is going to take a lot of time, money and energy. And hence we waited the right moment when people started understanding what is A2 ghee. And that's when we launched our product. So that was the social media intelligence part of it. I'll give you another example. Lung Detox is a dissolvable tablet that we made. What we realized that people are searching a lot during the pollution, and also the smokers are searching a lot about what is the best way to detox your respiratory system. But when you go to Amazon, there are no products which are actually taking care of the detox of your upper respiratory system. But when you go to the Ayurveda literature, there are huge number of herbs which are specifically talking only about the upper respiratory system, like mulethi, for example. So that's where the data and the insights came together to form an innovation, and that innovation became the cornerstone of our product strategy.
Absolutely. Innovation is the cornerstone of product strategy. And on that note, I have to call Manisha, have to bring her in. There's a lot of talk about innovation. You are a young company. You have innovated in a category which has very, very high potential. Manisha, tell us, how can startups and MSMEs play a bigger role in the food processing sector?
Yes. When you talk about innovation, actually creating plant-based alternatives to the conventional products that we have been, eating for centuries, that itself is an innovation. So it requires a lot of research, technology, to understand what goes into making those foods and converting them to plant-based alternatives, like understanding how animal proteins work and replicating the same taste, texture and functionality in by using plant proteins. That itself is innovation. I mean, what was your question again, Ratna?
I just wanted to know, to tell us, how MSMEs and startups like yours can play a bigger role in the India food processing industry.
Yes, so if I can talk about MSMEs and specifically the plant-based food industry, they are actually, in the nascent, they are pretty in a pretty nascent stage, but they are slated to be the next unicorn in the, in the next 10 years. The plant-based food industry will be contributing to almost, 10 billion US dollars. So that's like, a steady growing industry. And if we talk about how this, how they are playing a vital role in the growth of the food processing industry in India, they align seamlessly with this goal, and they are India's. What shall I say? Like, the urban population is. I'm sorry, I'm not able to
No problems. That's fine. I got what you're saying.
Yeah.
And last couple of questions. One is for Dr. Ashok. We've heard a lot of interesting stories from our panelists here today. If I want to sum up the challenges and support needs for the food processing sector, whether it's access to capital, regulatory hurdles, storage constraints, like to just give us a snapshot on this.
So the constraint part of it, what data says that having food sector, a mix of organized and unorganized sector, there are different kind of problems. Unorganized, certainly what you said, that access of the credit, access to the technology, and the world looking for is the more safety-driven and the quality-driven kind of production. So these are some things that comes as a challenge. So for that, the support certainly needed. One side, the government has already supported from starting, right, I said 2009 or 2008, mainly putting it up to the infrastructure. Later stage, they have thought, they were conscious about and they were aware about the safety, quality, and bringing innovations also in, taking the R&D partners also in. So there are some things, particularly one thing which I see that food industry is lacking in the country, having researcher and the producer joint or the academic or industry collaboration. So which means there's something which is alone that academia is doing, industry has something else in mind which needs a match or a connect. So there are some things which we have, the ministry has brought up, that looking into the HRD institutions and having that their proposals which are their industry partner is already in place. So that is the small attempts are being carried by the government, and particularly looking on the other challenge, which if the industry at all feel on the sustainability side of it, on the energy efficiency which the food industry is doing. I think there is a lot more can be done to make the sector more greener side of it. And that is also the theme of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'd like to introduce one of, the one person on the panel who's, the most well-known. He's had a stellar career. I've had the opportunity of interacting with him for about 2 decades. Deepak Jolly, he's the founder and director of Concorsia Advisory. He's been at the forefront of the largest multinationals in India and one of the beacons of the food and beverage sector in the country. Deepak, I'm going to ask you the most important question today. What is the role that industry associations can play in achieving this Vision 2047?
Thank you, Ratna. 28 years back, I joined Pepsi, where we imported some seeds for potato because the potato in India was sweet potato. And when we used to fry it, it used to become brown. So we thought, but the whole process of importing, keeping it at a government institution for 5 years, putting it with the farmers, letting them grow, that whole process took a good 15 years. So what has happened is, the trigger effect has happened. Today, when I look at PepsiCo, the foods division is almost equal to as much as the beverage division. When you look at a Haldiram, you look at companies which have come in last few days, DFM, MTR, Chittale Bandhu, whom I worked with. These are companies which have taken in last 10 years as strides where they've galloped. But there was initial mehnat jo thi na, that part was done by companies like PepsiCo, who were telling the agriculture community that, look, this is the kind of seed or this is the kind of fruit I need. I need processing variety of orange. I need processing variety of fruits. And I will do a good job of producing a made in India product forever. Now, what is the role of industry association? So, having been in the industry for about close to 34 years, when I started my own advisory firm, 2 years back, we realized there were so many issues about labeling, about nutrition guidelines, about future, and somewhere we needed a platform where all the industry giants who want speed to be executed in the projects, in thinking. So we created a platform called IFBA, the In Food and Beverage Association. And this is a platform, what we wanted was for academicians, for stakeholders like government, regulators, industry, startups, so that we can really push the agenda like a 2047 at a great speed. So I think the importance of an industry association in today is, if you want to be relevant, you create partnership model. You create a partnership model, you create trust with the industry. There's often, it was great to see, and I must recommend to all the panelists to go and see the food center, the manufacturing part, pilot plants which NIFTEM has made. We are addressing NIFTEM here today. 10 years back at NIFTEM, the question would have been asked, how many people would get a job in a food company or a lab? Today, half of them will be thinking, what will they do as an entrepreneur? Right. 10 years from now, Dr. Saab, they all will be thinking, what can we all do as entrepreneurs? And that is important. So for us, sir, we have to create that great partnership between the government and the academia and the industry, where the trust is very high. Why are we pushing for a lower GST? I mean, why is a breakfast cereal, say, at about 18%? So these questions have to be asked. Trust has to be built with the industry, and I'm sure there are various questions which industry associations will and push ahead, and for this, I think knowledge is very important. And I think what I've gained in last 40 years of my working is that if you have knowledge, the government will accept you, the academy can contribute to the knowledge, but take the latest know-how. Don't rely on the old fuddy-duddy research. Come to the reality, come to today's world, and you will be relevant. And for that relevance, I think it is important that research knowledge-based is important for industry and industry association. So I feel I will, fulfill a partnership model with all the 5 stakeholders and create those platforms so that we can achieve our target of 2047, which is achievable. It's not a non-achievable target because I'm seeing an Haldiram going to 10,000-12,000 crores.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And Deepak, I'm very glad to hear that because, as a journalist, as a third party, recipient of information, we sometimes, you hit the nail on the head when you said this trust factor needs to be built, because sometimes the government is saying something, companies are saying something, startups are saying something, but there is no sort of meeting point, and which is the most crucial part that you are playing to get everyone on the same page, because we see dissonance at times, and that is everyone is well-meaning, but they're not able to come to a consensus on how to go about it. So that is the role that you're playing, and that's absolutely crucial, which to take forward your the way your industry associations, the role you will play will shape the achievement of Vision 2047.
Absolutely, and I'm quite sure that I think the most important, the academia part, which I said, science has to be the main. You have to work on science and scientific and research-based endeavors. And again, I think the kind of incentives and PLIs which are required, just not let us give it on few products. There are few things which will drive the industry. Deepak has mentioned about Ayurveda.
Yeah.
Let every year be celebrated as one food, like if we did millets this year, let's go for another food category next year. And put all our mind behind it, put a might behind it, and look, so many companies came up with millet products this year.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. So this has been an absolutely great session. I've really enjoyed it. I've picked up a lot of insights. So to sum up from everyone from our August gathering, August panel, Vision 2047 is very much achievable. Yes, there are challenges, but we have all the, all the boxes are ticked. We just need more consensus and more focus to take this forward. There is willingness from the government, there are sustainable solutions, there's a lot of young energy from startups, from Deepak and Manisha, and of course there's Rajiv, which is putting all the might from the F&B sector to take this forward. And finally, and not last but absolutely not the least, but the most important, we have Deepak and industry associations which are going to pave the way for Mission 2047. And like I said, at the G20, I've already said this, but I just want to take a minute to say that the millets absolutely stole the show at the G20, which all of us will, which we never thought. We thought it would be like just one aspect of G20, but when you were looking at the news, it was so, if millets can do this, why not a lot more? And food processing is the sector that has the potential to put India firmly on the global map.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks are due to all luminaries on the dais. Before we conclude the final session of the day, may I request esteemed moderator to felicitate the learned panelists. So ma'am, I request you to step forward and give a heartful gratitude in the form of planters and mementos to our panelists. So ma'am, kindly let's begin with Shri Rajiv Ranjan sir. Audience, I know you're hungry, but we need an applause here. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, next we would like to offer a heartfelt gratitude to Shri Deepak Agarwal ji. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay, sir, to step forward, please, and accept our heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. I request Ms. Manisha Chaudhary to please step forward and accept our memento from our side. I request Shri Deepak Jolly sir to join us on the dais and accept a memento and a token of our gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. And last but not the least, I request the Director NIFTEM, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi sir, to please felicitate our moderator, Ms. Ratna Bhushan, for very intricately carrying out this session and making such an interesting outcomes out of it. Thank you, sir. I request all the panelists and the coordinator and moderator for the event to kindly join on the dais for a group photography. Dr. Amandua, kindly join us. As we are wrapping up for the day, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our wonderful speakers, sponsors, and all the attendees for making this event a successful one. Special thanks to the associate sponsors, Himalayan, India Gate Basmati Rice, Mrs. Bector's Cremica, and English Oven. Your presence and contributions have made significant impact, and we couldn't have done it without you. As we approach the conclusion of this event, I request and I invite Dr. Praveen Agarwal, Executive Director, Indian Food and Beverage Association, to take a moment and reflect on what we've learned and the relationships we have built in. Sir, kindly deliver the closing remarks for us, please. I request you to join us here in the dais, please.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, NIFTEM, for giving IFBA the opportunity to collaborate together on this wonderful day, World Food Program, World Food Day. And it was an attempt to bring industry, technology experts like yourselves, the budding entrepreneurs that you're sitting here, the academia and the stalwarts of the government together on the same platform. Let me begin because the World Food Day is all about water. And I was a practitioner of water conservation for almost 15 years, first as part of Coca-Cola India in Southeast Asia, and then as head of one of the largest NGOs in the country. I happened to ask So my neighbors, so okay, what is your connection with water? They said we need about 4 or 5 liters to drink, for bathing, probably a shower, and a lot of water for our washing machine. My next question was, okay, where do you get your water from? वो सोसाइटी में टैंक लगा हुआ है, उस टैंक से पानी आता है. टैंक में कहाँ से पानी आता है? Nobody knew. Now, a week later, I went to a village, Kaladera in Jaipur, and I repeated the same questions. And I asked villagers, what's the connection with water? They said everything. Our life is about water. We live, breathe, exist because of water. Our animals, our crops, our livelihood, our livestock, everything is about water. And each one of them precisely knew what is the source of their water, what is the contamination level, what is the groundwater level, etc. So that was their connection. What has happened over last 20, 30 years in the horde of urbanization and so-called development or pseudo-development, we have lost our natural connections with water and the natural resources. Two speakers very poignantly, very importantly mentioned, including the Honorable Secretary, that it is us who disrupt the natural ecosystem. The human beings are the only people who disrupt the ecosystem, whether the food chain or the water resources, etc. Not that we should not be judiciously utilizing water resources. So having started with building the connection with water, and all the speakers have spoken about sustainable growth, sustainable agriculture, appropriate use of water, conservation, recycling, etc. I'll come to the most important part why we are here. Can we together collaborate to make it a $1.5 trillion business for the country? If you aspire to be a developed nation, do we really have a choice not to be a developed nation in next 15, 20 years? We simply don't have a choice. As the largest population on the earth, as the most aspiring, very well educated population, we have to become a developed nation. And can we become a developed nation on the basis of a hungry stomach or not so nutritious food? We cannot. So there are the opportunities that I want to talk about. I have the most onerous task because there were about 15 speakers. I tried to take copious notes of what everybody said and contributed. If I go on this, I think a whole lot of you are going to skip the lunch and straight away go for the evening tea. So I'll rather not do that. Last 2 decades have been a phenomenal journey for the country. Almost 500 million people have been taken out of the extreme poverty. The middle class is going to increase from about 210 million people to about 610 million people. 60 crore लोग की हम बात कर रहे हैं by end of 2047. And with this, we are also seeing doubling, quadrupling of the income. And if we aspire and we become the developed nation, our per capita income is going to be at least tenfold in that period. Now, what is the implication of all of this? The implication of all of this is the food consumption is going to increase. The contribution of food basket to the overall spend of the lower income class to the middle class and slightly upper middle class is going to increase. This would also mean that whole lot of smaller constituents, the smaller populations in the villages, para-urban areas, they're going to be needing more food, better quality food, probably more packaged food. Overall, we are going to see a shift for processed and packaging food. Some of our friends already mentioned what processed and packaging food bring to the country. If we have to ensure the right quality, the safety, hygiene, and also non-adulterated food, plus we have to ensure the last mile connectivity, last mile delivery. You'll remember the 50 paisa shampoo sachet, which was introduced about 25 years back by one of the leading FMCG companies, that enabled the most impoverished person, the most distant person, the people, women living in remote villages, to enjoy the privilege of that technology, the packaging and the solution. Can that not be repeated with the food and beverage industry? Can we enable that kind of reach along with sustainable growth, etc.? So these are uh, some of the opportunities that they see and I've gathered since the morning. Another important part, the revolution in the packaging which is happening. So we do consume a lot of material, whether it's tin or glass or aluminium or plastics or even cartons. We are seeing a lot of innovations about reducing the wastage, reducing, converting multi-molecular packaging into single molecule, etc. But this packaging and right type of packaging can ensure that our products, food and beverage products, reach to the last mile. Another great area of opportunity, friends, is digitization and e-commerce. We heard from a lot of our panelists the role of data, the digitalization. We heard from a young founder of Auric, Deepak Agrawal, how they're building on consumer insights and driven from billions of bits of data to be collected from e-commerce platforms and converting those insights and the feedback of consumer into developing new product portfolio. But also important is how this e-commerce is enabling delivery of food and how food consumptions are changing. Till not very long time back, 5-6 years back, there were two ways of consumption and almost entire beverage industry and food industry which is present here. They would say there was a term out-of-home food consumption and inside the home food consumption. So outside the home was typically going to the restaurants and enjoying your food, and of course in home we all do it all the time. Now the third variety has come up because of e-commerce. So food made outside but delivered at your home, and then you have that. And many more innovations are happening. At the last count in the previous year, 5 billion food packets were served at home. And now, if we don't see an opportunity here, how do we package the food better? How do we ensure the right nutrition remains in such packaged food which is delivered at home, etc.? We will not be able to encash this opportunity. While we are talking about these opportunities, I think what I've gathered importantly from all the speakers and industry veterans, how we can all come together. We heard the word public-private partnership, of course, but around what are the core themes? What core themes that we could exploit or to encash all these opportunities? I think the way we deploy our resources, that's one area where public-private partnership has to happen. Countries looking at national resource efficiency policy. So are we deploying our resources, whether agri, water, soil, etc., and even packaging material most efficiently? Second is finance. Are we able to provide enough financial tools? I'm not saying simply the financial capital, but different versions of financial capital, whether social capital, patient capital, entrepreneurship capital, or innovation capital to the budding entrepreneurs who are sitting here. Infrastructure, the kind of pilot plants that we saw here, and one of the panelists recommended that there could be many more such areas, and Dr. Oberoi, this is an area where I think we'll do a human service to the nation. Why should a food product, say apple or anything else from Himachal coming all the way to be processed in Punjab, Haryana or Delhi or elsewhere, and in the transit we lose 20, 30, 40%. Can we have ultra localization? Can we have these kind of pilot plants or smaller micro plants set up in the areas where we have such kind of products? So that's a great area of opportunity. Infrastructure is not only limited to the production, but what do we do about the supply chain? Can we ensure sustainable supply chains, energy efficient supply chains with limited packaging use, etc.? 2-3 of the panelists very importantly mentioned in the whole chain, do we consider the labor and the farmers, and how do we enhance their productivity, their income, and we enhance their ego, that we are contributing to a developing nation and their pride in serving to the food and beverage sector. Are we doing that? Probably there's something that this industry and academia together can do. And finally, some important points came about consumer awareness. One person specifically mentioned, one speaker, about busting the myths. Ranjan from Dabar was here. And rightly so, there are many bits about packaged and processed food. People who need to criticize, they do criticize, but in the process they forget that packaged and processed food enhance economic utility, the nutritionist utility. They ensure that such food is almost free from or adulteration proof, or if not adulteration proof, at least is tamper evident that somebody has tampered with the product. It ensures ease of delivery, ease of consumption across the country to every person. And linked to this is finally the consumer trust, how together we build that ecosystem of trust where the consumers feel that whatever they're eating is safe, nutritious, and healthy. I may have missed some points, but this was broadly my own take. I've been intently listening. I was not allowed to move out, and because I have to take copious notes, I'll make a summary of rise up, particularly the kind of recommendations that we can share to the central government and also to the youngsters. And with this, friends, we'll like to conclude this day and my own submissions. India is heading for a very, very proud time ahead. We are going to be torchlight, the leading light of the world as far as food and beverage industry is concerned. One of the speakers already mentioned this decade is about the food and beverage industry and how do we consume that. So we have great opportunities, guys. Let's not miss any part of this. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So we request you to please stay on the stage. Thank you very much for intricately knitting and summing the entire day's sessions. I now request Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi sir and Mr. Deepak Jolly to join us on the stage to felicitate Dr. Praveen Agarwal ji.
I have done all the honors. You do the honors.
Thank you, sir. At the end, we once again thank all the distinguished guests and the participants. Yes, sir, I've already. So once again, we would like to thank our associate sponsors, Himalayan, India Gate Basmati Rice, and Mrs. Bector's Cremica and English Oven, who have generously sponsored and made this event possible. Now, as we are ending, as we depart, I hope you leave with a new insight and renewed sense of purpose. Let's remember that the fight against hunger and malnutrition is not just about providing meals today, but about building a future where everyone has access to nutritious, sustainable food and a better environment. Our actions today will determine the kind of world we pass on to the future generations. And so on this World Food Day, let us renew our commitment to ending hunger, promoting sustainable food systems, and building a world where no one goes to bed hungry. Thank you very much, and goodbye.